been a hot minute since we've played Misericorde. So I wanted to show you guys. Hold on, can I capture cursor? Yes. You guys need to see the cool cross. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so oh no, I'm a little hold on. I'm blocking the text a little bit. Ah! I should have tested this. Gotta get my habit out of the way. Still blocking the text. Oh right, I was putting myself on the forbidden Twitch spot over here, right? I'll just do that. Hello. Is the chat I was using working? That black and white chat? I thought I had it working. Why is it forbidden? Cause maybe Twitch isn't like this anymore. Are you like when you look at the VOD, it'll have a let me browse a bit to see if I can see what I mean. Yeah, it's your viewer count, right? When you go and you're scrolling through different people to click on Twitch, you see like a screenshot of what they're doing lately, and then you've got the viewer count in the lower left, and so the lower left is the forbidden area because then it'd be blocking your face. yeah. You were just checking to make sure you use the obvious back in the habit joke from Sister Act 2, the most perfect movie ever made. Of course. Of course. There is so much 90s Vegas representation in that film. I could never not do an homage, right? I think I need to put the pastel chat back on, even though it's not monochrome. Ah! I had this like. What happens if I refresh the cache? Nope. Oh well. Oh, yeah, I saw that you sent. I gotta watch that later. Oh boy. It's been a while since I've seen the first one, also. I only actually saw Sister Act 1 and 2 in full, like, fairly recently, because, I only caught them in chunks when I was a kid. Hot take, Sister Act 2 is way better. I feel like they're very different movies. Sister Act 2 is like a lot edgier. Anyway, we kind of left off in the middle of a conversation, it seems, so I thought we'd get reacquainted with where we're at. Also, maybe I should. You know what I should do? I should ensmallen the chat. So, I don't know. Wow. You guys are so small. There we go. How about that? That's kind of non-intrusive. Tiny chat. Don't mind the single pop of color in all of this. Alright, Rowan, yay, 20 stream streak. Help, I'm tiny. I can't drive it. My car, the pedals are too far. Oh, no. I think you'll have to see a doctor about that. We're shrinking. All right, so what was the context here with Margaret? Sister Margaret. Okay. Something about France. Okay. Talking about Catherine, the based nun who got murdered, and our girl Hedwig is her replacement. So Eustace and Catherine, the two scholarly types, apparently used to butt heads. But liked each other. Okay. Yeah. Hedwig's trying to figure out what's the proper way to write a chronicle. Because nobody's really around to give her advice except for Eustace, who's kind of going through it. Doesn't want to be reminded about Catherine. A couple years ago, have you ever heard of Reims Cathedral? Very big cathedral in France. One of the biggest. It was damaged in a great fire, and Catherine was meant to write that down. Instead, she demanded to write a letter to the municipality over the smallest detail. There was a note in the letter about how the King of France had granted the city an octroi and that the funds and repairs were coming from a tax on salt. That was more or less what everyone else said, huh? Catherine was furious though, huh? So we're about to find out why Catherine was based. A great big fire! Help, I can't put my key in my house door, it's too high! Oh no, we gotta get you a little bucket to stand on. Simply stand on the seat like a Lalafell, there's that. You just will the pedals of with your psychic powers, that's what Lalafells do. Anyway. France taxes salt very heavily, and Catherine thought it was highly unfair that the building was going to be repaired with money she says was being stolen from the poor. I must admit this is completely beyond my understanding. Everyone needs salt, and everyone in France is taxed on it equally. It's how you make food survive the winter, for one thing, but it's an incredibly useful and valuable thing. I dread to think how much we spend on salt here, to tell you the truth. But mercifully, we don't have to pay the same way the French do. And nuns make those cheeses! We need salt for the cheese! It just seems like a petty thing to pick at. The building needed repairing. Yes, but Catherine was beside herself for days. I remember her stalking around the halls, muttering to herself in very poor French. Hey, I speak poor French. Au diable vos flèches. I totally fucked that up. Au diable vos flèches, which was meant to be damn your spires or some such. Eustace forbade her to write it in a letter to the diocese on the subject. She was going to tell the diocese, damn your spires? Yeah, because she was based. The E in diab, is that like devil? Devil take your spires? Something like that? Diab? Like that? Margaret threw her head back and laughed, clearly enjoying a fond memory. The diocese? No. No, she was demanding to send a letter to the king. Oh my goodness. Catherine sulked for days after Eustace told her off for that one. Send to the devil. Oh. Send your spires to the devil. All over a building. It isn't about the building. It's about the very soul of the church, is what Catherine would tell you. She really found it distasteful that the repairs would be built at the expense of the people's basic needs, and wanted to make that known to anyone who she could with a say in the matter. It wasn't the only time she got herself worked up over a building either. She heard about the last remaining ruins of the Lighthouse of Alexandria being paved over to build a way fort. And she was like, oh, the books! And she spent a whole week badgering Adela, asking if she knew enough Arabic to help her write a letter of complaint to the Sultan. I can understand her position, just seems so fruitless. It sounds rather cruel to put it that way, but... Margaret grinned and shifted in her seat to face me. That's the essence of most of the arguments Catherine got into around here. You're not wrong, but... and so on. It sounds quite exhausting. I suddenly felt my stomach drop. Not to speak any ill of her, I mean. Margaret laughed again. You're fine. People said far worse of her while she lived. Angela once accused her of writing her own 12 conclusions. I find it rather touching that she can still put people in awkward positions like this. I mean, come to think of it, she put Hedwig in awkward positions all the time when they were talking through the wall. Her influence reaches beyond the grave. Beyond the grave. Do you believe in ghosts? Spirits? That's quite a question. I apologize if it's a touch strange to ask, just... Yeah, I had a feeling we were going there. Ayo! You're not the first person who has mentioned feeling Catherine's presence lingering to me, or wished aloud for it. It's not a problem. But I should warn you that if this is an extension of your practical joke, right, all of that weird stuff, they think she made it up, others are going to find bringing Catherine into the proceedings very distasteful. Would you believe me if I insisted that there was no prank? I would be curious to know what other explanation you could give. Maybe, Eustace and an accomplice, hid behind that door in the dark that nobody ever checked. If you really saw what you claimed to see, why are you still here? Why didn't you start running? And stop only when you reach the next village over? I'm still mulling over the idea of running, to tell you the truth. But I don't think I could. That's interesting. Believe it or not, that makes me slightly more inclined to accept your story. Really? Very slightly. I have no explanation for what I saw, only that I saw it. A real monster menacing me with a wicked blade. I like how, it's been more than a month since I've played this, but I'm like falling right back into the voices like that. It sounds absolutely chilling. The thing is, if I ran, where would I go? That man's thanks. 2 days ago, I hadn't been outside of my little room. I feel like if I left, you'd be experiencing the same confusion 10 times over. Yes, that's a good way to put it. The devil you know. I understand the feeling. But you don't believe I actually saw anything? You don't accept the existence of ghosts at all, evil spirits and the like? I was practically begging for reassurance at this point. I wouldn't say that. I saw something once. In the cellar. Late at night. A little devil. With bulbous eyes and malformed teeth. Oh, that was just my cat. In the cellars? But don't you sneak down there to raid the pantry some nights? Yes, the cellar is where you keep the spirits. Very true. That's a good one. Well, as I said, the devil you know. And sometimes I get quite hungry. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Now, why would I do something like that? We sat in silence for a moment. Finally, Margaret stood up and stretched her arms above her head. I think that's enough of that seat for now. Luncheon will still be a bit, correct? Let's go for a walk, you and me. Certainly. She walked briskly out of the chapel. I was too slow to help her with the large wooden doors, but she managed quite well enough on her own. She ushered me past and then took a step ahead as the door closed. Margaret wanted to lead me somewhere, and I could not guess where. Oh, I just realized chat was covering things. Maybe all the way to the left? Let me try that. Whee! You guys are gonna get dragged all the way over here. The cloister? I know, it just keeps showing up everywhere. No, literally, I had the opposite. When I saw the cloister in Blueprints, I was like, the cloister again? We had the cloister of trials in FF10, now we got like the cloistered nuns in Misericorde. We gotta click on the buttons in front of the statue. Yeah, exactly. Under the map, now that you're smaller. Ooh, okay, okay. I just thought it might look a little awkward since it was getting cut off at a certain point. But I don't know, let's see if that works. To tell you the truth, I have always had mixed opinions about the existence of ghosts. I've seen so many things that end up being tricks of the light. Oh, that's Margaret. Oh wait, I've seen so many things that end up being tricks of the light. Because I was about to be like, Hedwig, where the heck were you seeing these things? This is Margaret. Figures in the fog, that sort of thing. For years, the knocking and scraping in the walls here kept me up at night. But these buildings are very old and not particularly well built. Rep! Thank you for 2 years! That went by so fast, didn't it? Of course! Oh, thank you, Rep, for 2 years. Thank you very much. Aww. Unreal. I agree. Unreal. That's the sort of thing I like to try. That's the sort of thing I like to try and comfort myself with as well. But it's a bit different when you're all... Oh, the Margaret again. I need to pay attention. But it's a bit different when you're all alone at night, isn't it? Yes. So do you believe me? Perhaps I do. Perhaps I don't. But either way, there's something I'd like to show you. Yay! You guys got the 2-year badges! You guys got the golden slug. I bestow upon you the golden slug. Like the golden witch. But either way, There's something I'd like to show you. We were walking up the stairs to the second floor. Hold on. We're going to need a candle for this. She jogged into the dormitories, and after a moment emerged with a lit candle on a pricket. Come with me. I don't need no stinking badges. Yeah, well, you got a pink badge. The springtime slug. Following or subscribed? I feel like you've been following me longer than that. You just started subscribing when you had to. She took me down the hall towards the intersection where I'd seen the sword-wielding specter. Yeah, y'all gonna check behind that door finally? There's no blood or anything here. We already looked. We're going a bit further than that. My heart jumped into my throat. Are we going to head down the hall to my cell? Just about. We walked together quietly for just a little while. This hall always made me feel uncomfortable. He had a special subscriber incentive just for him. For a moment, I felt affronted that Margaret would even dare talk about what this hall might make her feel in my presence, but I suppressed the urge to chastise her. Yeah, so clearly you've been following me longer. Or were you? I'm just kidding. Nonetheless, walking down this hallway felt more precarious than my first encounter with the stairs. I take it you didn't come to the Hagioscope very often, then? Not for your advice, I'm afraid. We arrived at my cell. Margaret handed me the candle and began rapping her knuckles against the stone wall. Eventually, she found whatever she was looking for. She inserted her fingers between two of the old stones and pulled. To my shock, the wall swung open to reveal a passageway wide enough just about for one person. Hello? What? There's passageways all over this place. Oh, secret passageways! Ooh, okay, things are getting juicy. That isn't what I wanted to show you, though. Follow me. She took the candle back and entered the narrow tunnel. I followed her nervously. Most abbeys have passages like this because there needs to be some space. Mixing up names. Most abbeys have passages like this because there needs to be some space between the walls, see? It's an architectural thing. I think it helps the air as well. Nox weeps. What are you gonna do about this one, Furudo Erika? Actually, Furudo Erika could do a lot with this. I mean, what are you gonna do about this one, Dlanner? That's what my father used to say anyway. So this passageway isn't in of itself particularly interesting. However, we kept walking until we finally came to a corner. Here we are. She took a few steps around the bend and beckoned me to join her. Like I was saying before, I've always been non-committal about things like luck and ghosts and curses and so on. But this always bothered me. And there have been too many things happening lately for me to discount it entirely. Parts of the Abbey falling down. Uh-oh, that's not good. Catherine's death. And now your ghost. By this, you mean Come closer. She held the candle out in front of her to better illuminate what she was referring to. I try not to take this passage anymore, because this makes me nervous. I gasped when I realized what she was looking at. Ooh, we got the Umi Neko demon summoning circle. Let's go. Let's go. One of the bricks lining the passageway had a detestable shape etched into it. I did not know what it was, but it filled me with enough dread just to look at that. I knew it was wrong. Evil. My stomach churned as I remembered the superior's words to me about the provenance of the abbey. Was the construction of this place really so mysterious? How could something like this have been allowed to make it into the very walls of the building? Even if the magic circle's a bit different, we don't mind. Even if it's carved and not drawn with strawberry jam, you know, we're fine. Our hearts are magnanimous. Yes. The work of some possessed builder, no doubt. Literally possessed, haha. A house of God built with no oversight and ill intent. Ooh, it's so gothic. Whoa, we can't trust the building we're in. Whoa, our existential dread. I speak of it eloquently now, of course. However, in the moment, all I could do, all that I could muster, was something far less considered. Oh my god! Oh! Taking the Lord's name in vain, Hedwig! Margaret grinned wickedly. Steady on. What was it you told me about cursing?
Oh my god!
Perfect! I didn't speak a word the whole walk back to the chapel. I was deeply disturbed.
The giant enemy spider.
That's what it was summoning! That's what the circle's summoning! That exact circle, Daedalus? I was deeply disturbed. I didn't know what that horrible symbol meant, and I didn't want to. One look at it was enough to tell me that something dark was at work within the walls. Something I did not want to meddle with under any circumstances. We arrived at the chapel doors, and Margaret turned to me. Cheer up. It's a bit grim, but I've lived with it for ages. I try not to muck about with the unknown, and it doesn't muck about with me. I've known quite a few people like that. They're like, I don't know if I necessarily believe, but I don't want to F with things just in case they are, you know? Like, I've known a lot of people like that. Hi, Tess! Oh, stretching. And sipping. Yeah, but is it good for a nun to be so agnostic? I mean, that's part of the reason why the Mother Superior was like, I can't trust any of these bitches, because, like, everybody's kind of, seems a little agnostic. That work and lurk grind. Oh, good luck, Tess! Good luck with your work. I hope this makes good background. It's getting a little intriguing. We just found like a satanic symbol or pagan symbol carved into like the foundations of this Catholic abbey. So and there's like murder and maybe ghosts. Things are getting spicy. Much anyway. All that being said, I think I might take credit for the prank if I were you. even if it wasn't you. Why would I do a thing like that? I don't know. It just seems like something you'd want people to think you were capable of. Yeah, lay off me, or I'll go crazy on you. I'll go be that, like, skeletal horseman shit on you. Set myself on fire. It's like... You've got to keep people guessing, yeah? You've got to make a name for yourself. At the freaking... convent. I think I'll stick to being the chronicler. Oh, right. Yes. I forgot to mention it, but I'm sure you'll do great work at all that. You ask good questions. It might annoy Eustace, but I think that's critical for the job. I'm afraid that most of my words since leaving this cell have been questions. And I'm afraid I don't have quite the same verve that Catherine seems to have had. Then there's no need to worry about it. Don't write like Catherine. Write like Hedwig. Ooh, legitimately good advice. I bowed my head, attempting to hide my flushed cheeks. She's blushing. My starved pride had allowed this sliver of a compliment to rush to my head. I didn't feel too chuffed for long, though, because... The chapel bell had just rung above us, scaring me out of my wits. Oh my god, and then Margaret is just... It's hard to tell, but she just smiled between these two screens. I must have jumped several feet into the air out of shock. Margaret was grinning ear to ear when I came back down to earth. I clutched my chest instinctively, doubled over, and tried to regain my composure. Oh my gosh, she's having a heart attack. I don't know if that's really good advice for you. I don't know what Hedwig writes like either. Uh-huh. Sorry, the superior told me to run and ring the bell for luncheon. I didn't see you two there. I could hear her voice calling out to us from above, like some apologetic angel. Margaret called up in response, apparently unfazed. That's all right. How on earth did we miss you? I came in through the back door. The superior never locks it. Yeah. I really am so sorry, Hedwig. I didn't mean to give you such a scare. That's quite all right. Ooh, back doors? Never locks it? Daida's writing down notes. Moira! Luncheon passed without much incident. Now that I was no longer expected to sit through extended introductions of myself and others, I could enjoy my food in relative peace. Darcy's cooking was excellent and much appreciated. Although I was beginning to realize that the emotional reservoir that eating refilled was shrinking with each passing meal. That's because you're starting to become more of a real person. Part of this, perhaps, was the worried anticipation that someone might casually mention seeing the superior and I were walking back from the hospitalum earlier. Oh, I'm remembering this now, when they were talking to the young man that's being accused of the murder. And he was going off on them. The amount of secrets I was responsible for already felt unsustainable, but the idea of those secrets coming to light was even worse. I participated in the conversation around the table superficially. Just enough to avoid being asked if something was wrong. Why is that so relatable? I was unsure I'd be able to lie and say no. The Bible, of course, has plenty to say about lying. Bearing false witness breaks a commandment. Although in my time locked in a cell, I had read many musings from scholars smarter than I about whether or not that meant all untruths, or if the commandment was speaking strictly about matters of court. I've told you my views on loose interpretation, but the Bible is inerrant. There is no getting around the fact that the midwives lying to the Pharaoh's men saved many lives, for example. Still, it was difficult to feel like I was acting as selflessly as they did. I felt closer to Augustine than Cassian. I don't know what conversation they're having this time. I guess it wasn't that important. Apparently less exciting than killing every duck. After luncheon, we all filed out of the rectory to return to our duties. Eustace made a beeline to the stairs up to the library, and even though we had made up after this morning's spat, I felt inclined to keep away from her a bit longer. You forgot about the duck combo. It's all coming back. Do you think the number of chickens would be different than the number of ducks in their eyes? In Eustace's eyes is where this matters. Don't chickens have like don't roosters have like an extra claw or talon that's like kinda can give you a sick wound, or am I thinking of a different animal? Eustace can kill all fowl. She's a psycho. Well, there's that. Catherine slipped out of the rectory before I could ask her about James's story. Catherine with a K. I must admit I was relieved to once again have an excuse to avoid that conversation. Hold on. I was more interested in the symbol Margaret had shown me, which I feared indicated something far more sinister than I or the Superior were prepared for. James's story, right, that was about the, letter, I think. The letters that had been meant for, yeah, something about going up the hill to deliver the stuff, then going back down. Ow, it's been too long. James is the accused. He found one at the bottom of the hill and brought one back up. Okay, that sounds better. I was more interested in the symbol Margaret had shown me, which I feared indicated something far more sinister than I or the Superior were prepared for. Margaret seemed wholly unperturbed throughout her meal. How? I could not understand it. Just thinking about that twisted shape made me sweat. It had been so close to my cell. How had I never felt it? Her lamenting that she couldn't feel the satanic energies coming off of some scratches in a wall. Had it woven some dark spell on me and I just hadn't noticed? Was it responsible for who I was? Calm down, girl! The mistakes I continued to make. I mean, it does seem like you're a little cursed, like when you were, like, throwing up black bile and stuff like that, but, the concessions I made without verbal complaint to fit in with these women? The lack of a fight I had put up to the Superior as she broke the seal on my cell? Was that thing responsible? These thoughts ran rings in my head until I too felt as if I had been sprinting in circles too long. The magic circle is the reason why Eustace can defeat every duck. Yes! We figured it out. I did my best to shut them out and decided instead to wander down to the cellars. Somewhat hopeful that it would keep me out of sight for the afternoon. The cellars where the lazy nuns famously go to hang out, girl? After all, the cool air of the cellars would perhaps clear my head. I told you! Ah, Hedwig, would you be so kind as to settle an argument between myself and Marta? I had chosen poorly. I told you, girl! Norse? Maybe? Oh, you would know? It might have been a Norse circle. Ooh. It did seem complicated. There were like a lot of kind of star shapes in it. Every part of that conversation sounds like a fan-made Umineko meme. Just take the exact dialogue and just change the color of some of the text. And like add Ange in there. Oh no, that would be a Battler Beato conversation, wouldn't it? I had chosen poorly. Argument? Try this. Ah! Is it supposed to smell like that? Not you too! It does smell absolutely rank, Adela. Adela was holding a stinking ladle over an opened cask, waving it between our faces with a great deal of indignation. Oh, the sherry? Oh, you're remembering lots of stuff. As I told you yesterday, Sister Marta, it smells like this temporarily. It gives the wine its flavor, and you can already taste it in this barrel. Go on! Must I? Better you than I. I'm afraid I might keel over if I inhale much more of this miasma. With trepidation, I took the ladle from Adela's hand and held it up to my lips. The half-finished wine smelled truly foul, enough to make me cough. However, Adela was glaring at me with such determination that I was ever so slightly more afraid of her than the liquid. Closing my eyes, I braved a taste. It was actually not that bad. It was nowhere near as disgusting as the smell. However, it was clearly not meant for drinking yet, and whatever sweetness I could detect on my tongue was soon covered up by a watery and weak fruit flavor, which was all soon replaced by the overpowering stench of the ladle and barrel. It's coming together. Unbelievable. See, even half fermented, the power sherry holds is undeniable. Yes, the sherry, you were right. How long will it take to come into its own? It takes several years to properly ferment. This batch is quite young. It only started when I first arrived. I have been dragging Sister Marta into the future. Thank God this isn't the only wine I have to work with. You have to help. Surely you are not rotating all the tasks throughout the Solera yourself. Of course not. What's the Solera? All of these barrels, they have to move. You bottle some of the oldest wine from the bottom cask and then refill with some of the youngest and then rotate that back to the top. It keeps the quality consistent. And it means that some of the oldest batch is in every bottle. She took a moment to spoon the ladle into the liquid and try to sip herself. She smacked her lips and looked thoughtful. That sounds arduous. Too right. Helps to have some unruly younger sisters around to threaten with manual labor. I am always happy to help with winemaking. Believe me, I know you are. Winemaking is arduous. I believe it too. So, does Darcy grow grapes too? Oh no, I use some fruits from the garden to flavor the other wines, but the grapes are from the village. The slope of the Tor is good for vineyards, but it gets too cold up here around the abbey proper. They only recently finished the last harvest and brought it to us, hence the Solera. There certainly is an awful lot of work to do around here, it sounds like. Wonder how they vent the carbon dioxide. How do most wine cellars do it? I'd assume the answer would be something similar. Thank you for saying so. Thank you for saying so. Some people don't appreciate just how complicated our work can be. Speaking of, I should really tend to my next task. Sister Hedwig, would you walk with me? I bowed my head to Marta, who responded in kind, even though she was preoccupied with sealing up the test cask. Adela walked me back through the rows of wine barrels and up the stairs, striding with purpose. I struggled to keep up as she crested the staircase into the halls around the cloister. Sister Hedwig, how are you finding Linbarrow Tor Abbey? Well, I'm not used to it yet, obviously. Yes, it is obvious. Aw, man! I hope you do not mind me saying, God damn! Not at all. I am also new here, and I can tell that you are suffering in the same ways I suffered. Oh, was I? Was I suffering in the same way as Adela? From what little you know, there's a hole near the top of a tower or something. That's based on like 5 minutes of a Leverage episode, so it might be wrong. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. There's like a lot of weird towers and stuff in this place. I nearly blurted that out, but I managed to restrain myself. You are anxious. You are confused. You are eager to please everyone you meet. I was the same way for a while, but you must not be afraid to stand your ground when you feel you must. Oh, that's kind of nice. I don't know what you mean. You are doing it right now, Sister Hedwig. You know exactly what I mean, because I am describing you as you are acting for me as we speak. They have vents closer to ground level? Oh, like on your way up from the cellar, kinda? Come to think of it, I think there's some incident with root cellars that don't have proper ventilation, and like the outgassing from the potatoes and stuff can straight up kill people. Not wine cellars, but I'd expect if you didn't have a properly ventilated wine cellar and you were making all those barrels, people would start passing out eventually, right? Like, man, kind of spooky. You know exactly what I mean, because I am describing you as you are acting for me as we speak. What is this about, Adela? Have I offended you? Only my sense of justice. I want what is best for you, Sister Hedwig. A lot of the ventilation was about the actual construction of the room. Yeah, so you just need to not F it up from the start. Stuff like that, which is why you thought of it. Winemaking produces a lot of CO2 in the fermentation process. I'm not shocked. Yeah, man. I want to see you thrive. Do not retreat into your shell like Sister Flora does. She has an excuse. She is not yet 20. But you are nearing 30, are you not? Not the ... Tell me, Sister Hedwig, was the sherry really so bad? It was quite disgusting. Of course it was. Sister Marta is going to ruin all of it before it is due. But surely it couldn't be anything but foul midway through the aging process. Because concentrated CO2 is heavier than normal air, so having extra vents closer to ground level helps. But also, maybe don't lie on the ground in a wine cellar. Is that what you're saying? I'm no expert. Wait. I might be making things up, but I think the story I heard about the potato cellar was like the bad gases were closer to the ground. So whenever somebody saw somebody was like on the ground, the next person who went to check on them would like bend over to check on them and then also pass out. It was like really awful. I think that was part of it. I think I'm not making that up. Oh, man. I'm no expert, but I thought wine took time. It would taste strange no matter what, but the taste I had after you, it was all wrong. I have worked on many wines and have learned how to taste how wine is going to taste. And that sherry, it is not coming together as you described. It was more of a guess. It was a lie. A polite one, but untrue all the same. I'm sorry, but shouldn't you be telling Marta, not me? Oh, I will be marching back to Marta in just a moment. Believe me, Sister Hedwig. But I want to help you as well. Never be afraid to speak your mind. The others will respect that much more than endless acquiescence. I find that hard to believe. See? You are already catching on. No, I'm not practicing. I just don't understand. I don't want to fight everyone. Who said anything about fighting? I am not saying you should be contrary. I am saying you should not pretend to be someone you are not. Be Hedwig! You are not the first person to tell me this today, believe it or not. All the more reason to take me seriously, please. I have been in your position before. I have felt lost and overlooked. But I became much happier when I stopped trying to please everyone. This is good advice, folks. I had no way to explain to Adela that, beyond being thrust into an entirely new world of social interaction, I was also trying my best to ingratiate myself to everyone for a reason. She's been sent to investigate. Be yourself. Unless you can be Bat-Nun, then be Bat-Nun. Butting heads with Sister Angela was more than enough conflict for me. And given that I was here to unmask a murderer, I felt that drawing too much attention to myself was unwise. Being the newcomer had surely made me visible enough without tempting fate. But there was more to it than that. Quite simply, I had no idea who Hedwig was. Anyway, I have other business to attend to, and then I will be giving Sister Marta a piece of my mind. And then by supper, we will be friends again. This is how things work. You must be strong. I will try. See that you do. I am on your side, Sister Hedwig. Adela gave me a surprisingly firm pat on the shoulder and left. I stood in the corner we had been conversing in for a short while. I had found Adela's penchant for romantic language somewhat charming up until now, but I really did not appreciate these treacly platitudes. I was bouncing between embarrassment and fury. I needed a moment to myself. It was not yet even close to supper time. The days here, it seemed, would be excruciatingly long until I settled into a routine. As I calmed down, I thought about where I should go next. I had already bothered Eustace enough for one day. I didn't want Darcy to get sick of me, and I had just left the cellars. Moreover, I hadn't a clue where anyone would be at this time of day. Margaret, Catherine, Moira, anyone really. I yearned for the comfort of my cell. At least there, my tasks had been clear as crystal. Around this time, No, go see Darcy! Darcy Bestna! Yeah, just visit Darcy again! Around this time, I'd usually be settling in to copy down some Bible pages after reflecting on some scripture. It was almost automatic. Perhaps I'd while away the evening illuminating a page in gold leaf. With a start, I remembered the last page I'd transcribed before leaving the cell, the book I'd thrown out of the window. Surely it'd be weathered by the elements by now, but I felt a strong urge to go and reclaim the half-finished tome. If nothing else, I bet it's missing. If nothing else, it would be a comforting reminder of the last time I'd had a clear sense of purpose. I bet it's missing. It wasn't a terribly long walk to the side of the building my old cell window had faced. There were no paths on that side of the building, however. The terrain was uneven, and the grass quite tall. Didn't she puke on it? Oh, something like that. It was strange seeing buildings from this side. In the courtyards and cloister, everything looked flat and mathematical, but here the earth rose and fell like waves around the stone. There was an immense forest not far from the abbey on this end, and my heart leapt into my throat as I remembered the mysterious figure I'd seen standing not far from where I was searching now. I recognized my window high up on the wall. There actually weren't that many openings on this side of the building. Most of the glass windows faced inward towards the cloister. The book was not here. Dun dun dun! I knew it! A chill ran up my back. I had seen it the morning after my tantrum, clear as day. Was I truly going mad? Had I hallucinated a book before the ghost and goat? I scanned the tall grass around me. No, somebody picked it up. Probably the figure you saw standing there. Maybe it had slid down the hill or bounced in a fashion I had not noticed. Perhaps I was simply looking in the wrong spot. Try as I might, I could not find it. Unless it had been swallowed by the earth, the book had been moved. Who in their right mind would want a half-finished Bible, soaked by rain and tainted with my own bile, no less? Yep, she sure did throw up on it. Then my foot slipped. I was thinking the same thing. It's like Maria's rose. Not here, not here. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Then my foot slipped. I rolled down the hill with a yelp. I tumbled several times, legs overhead, end over end. Hey, don't laugh! It was quite terrifying. What if I had broken a bone or fallen into some inescapable hole? I came to rest against a small tree. I scrambled to my feet, using the trunk for leverage. I spat a little grass out of my mouth and groaned as I realized my habit was covered in dirt and grass stains. What a mess. It was then that I saw something highly curious. A piece of fabric was dangling from a branch on the tree I was leaning against. It was a small strip of black cloth. I carefully detached it from the sharp bit of branch it was snagged on. That would mean the figure I'd seen that night outside my window was real! I felt some small amount of relief that I was at the very least not completely mad. They probably took the book, I'm just saying. But then I doubled back. Could a ghost or demon not take a corporeal form? The monster I had seen the night before had certainly been solid. Neither of these ideas were particularly comforting. What's more, I certainly wouldn't make any headway on the mystery stranded out here. I stuffed this clue into my white stocking and began to hike myself back up the hill to the abbey. I want to adjust something real fast. There we go, that's better. I had not fallen that far afield, but it was still quite a steep trek. That's kind of weird. Let me move y'all. There we go. And then there was an earthquake as God moved the abbey around. I'd not fallen that far afield, but it was still quite a steep trek. I decided that I would walk around the other way from whence I'd come, just to complete my impromptu tour of the outside of the abbey. It was actually a little more even and flat the further I ventured around this side, which was a relief. I was able to stick close to the wall. I didn't feel like falling down any more hillocks that afternoon. Hello. She's back. I jumped. I hadn't noticed a little square window low on the outside wall of the building, through which I could just barely make out Darcy's face. Goodness, you startled me. Hello, Darcy. What you doing out there? Oh, I felt like going for a walk. I hadn't seen the Abbey from this side just yet. Oh, interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Yes, just a whim, I suppose. It's giving me a sense of place, though. Did you fall over? Yes, I did. Oh, no. Oh, be nice. No, sorry, I am not trying to be cruel. It's just that we've all done it. You've all fallen down this side of the hill. It happens to me all the time when I go hunting for mushrooms and so on. Oh, I see. I bet it looked rather funny when you fell, though. Did you roll? Yes! Good, that's how you stay safe. Really now? Yes, if you go stiff, you'll break something. Flora did that once. Oh, no! It was fine, she's young. Her bones are supposed to break. Good for the constitution. Her bones are supposed to break. I don't know about that. Well, I'm not sure if they're supposed to, but better to break something young so it can heal. That's right. Well, bones are made to be broken, just like rules. Oh no! That's pretty radical, extreme. Pretty rad. It sounds like something you'd say right before you do like a kickflip that you've never done before, and then you get grievously injured. Well, what are you up to? What room are you in? Aw, this is just a funny little window in one of the halls. Oh, I suppose I'm close to the cloister on this end? That's right, and above the croft. Fascinating. Buildings are strange. Anyway, I was just on my way back from picking some bitter vetch for the stores. Oh, should I be worried about our stockpiles? Oh, not at all, but it never hurts to have around just in case. That's wise. Well, I should be getting on. I should quite like to be back within the walls. Better to break young is the truth. Mom broke her first bones a few months ago in her foot and is still in the boot for a while yet. Oh, I'm sorry about her foot. Ouchies. I've never broken a bone, so I hope I never do now, because it'll just get worse the older I get, right? Hope I never. Absolutely. Or rather, it's a good thing I don't have any bones, because I'm a slug. She smiled widely and then disappeared from the window. Nice save. The rest of the walk back was uneventful. Y'all were both laid up? Oh no! Your poor mom. The rest of the walk back was uneventful. When I finally made it around to the cloister, I let out a weary sigh. You had the same doctor, so you walked in together for x-rays? Or was the doctor like, what are you guys doing? My clothes had only just been washed, and I'd already made a mess of them, and the tumble down the hill had left me feeling a little queasy and out of sorts. Hedwig? Oh! Oh no! I could see your mom being like that. We just talked about this kind of thing. Oh. Catherine, hello. You look like you fell asleep in a field. Are you all right? Oh, yes, I just took a little fall. Well, at least it was down something grassy and not the stairs. Don't be cruel! I stomped my foot and puffed up at Catherine, who looked bewildered. Excuse me? Would it be funny if I fell down some stairs? Would it be amusing if I broke my neck because I haven't used stairs as often as you? Oh, she's taking the advice to heart. Hedwig, you're being a touch dramatic. Oh, am I? Am I being... I had gulped down a little bit of black bile once more. I felt dizzy. Oh no, she's losing it again. Oh no, the demon's coming back. Hedwig? Hedwig! She reached out to stop me from collapsing. Oh dear, overstimulated again today? I gurgled something unintelligible in response. That's what happens. That's why she's like this. More nun vomit incoming. No! Catherine hoisted me to my feet and began to lead me toward the stairs, her nose wrinkled. Oh, we need to get Moira to take a look at you again, I think. That doesn't seem normal. Uh-oh, she's saying you stink! It was perfectly normal for me. As I half-heartedly walked with Catherine up the stairs, she declined to crack a joke this time. I reasoned that my propensity for spilling black bile all over the place was just my punishment for breaking a lifelong promise to God. It didn't matter how noble the cause the Superior had thrust upon me was. I had been an anchoress, and now I wasn't. This is just how it's going to be, I'm afraid. What, the vomiting? This is exactly what I was talking about. You're acting hysterical. I broke a sacred vow. We had arrived at the dorms. Catherine plopped me onto the bed, but didn't let me go. Instead, she squeezed my face with her hand and bent down to peer at me. I'm no doctor, but you look ill. Just like she had done when we first met. She licked her thumb and rubbed it roughly against my face. And dirty, honestly. I hiccuped again and a little more bile oozed out of my mouth onto my hood. Ew! Ugh! Stay put. I'm getting Moira. She let me fall onto the pillow and left in a hurry. I groaned loudly, feeling more frustrated than unwell at this point. I closed my eyes, just for a moment. Hedwig? Moira and Catherine were looming over me, looking concerned. Moira. Oh dear, still feeling a bit off, are we? She was acting very out of sorts, and then coughed all that up again. Hedwig, is this more or less bile than you expelled yesterday? Less, I think. That would make sense to me. She's fine, Catherine. She's only adjusting. It's not, you know, she don't have the consumption. She don't have, Moira let out a gentle chuckle. It's not the Black Death, Catherine. Unless you've got some buboes you haven't told us about, Hedwig. Buboes? Moira reached beneath my arms and rummaged around. It was so sudden that I wasn't able to react. I was even more taken aback than when she moved her hand between my legs and squeezed my inner thighs without warning. Whoa! Nothing. Catherine, you really mustn't worry. She's just not used to the air outside her cell. Bodies react strangely to changes in their environment. It's highly normal. This was humiliating. I felt like livestock being inspected for ticks. She was very weak. Not to mention, well, a little out of sorts. She started standing up for herself and yelling. It was weird. Her attitude was very strange. Catherine, I think sometimes you may just have that effect on people. Catherine looked affronted, but Moira simply took her by the shoulder and led her towards the door. She just needs a little rest again. I'll bring you some more of Darcy's mint later, Hedwig. And if you pile your clothes up, I can see to it that they get washed. I grunted in appreciation. Moira gave me a little smile and ushered Catherine out of the dormitory. I shut my eyes, but unlike the last time I had expelled all this goo, I wasn't particularly tired. I felt humiliated, stretched thin, and emotionally exhausted, but not tired. My mind was running in circles, in fact. I opened my eyes once more. If I really was to rest in my room for the afternoon, I should make something of my time. I scrambled out of bed to strip down as Moira had requested, bundling my habit up into a ball and leaving it near the door. The shred of cloth I'd recovered from outside was still in my stocking. I hid it under my pillow for safekeeping. I got down on all fours to reach under the bed. Perhaps now was the perfect time to read that play Catherine the First had left me. Sort of stretched like butter scraped over too much bread. Oh no! She has the one wing. Oh no! Not Frodo! Have you ever read Medea? I did not make it through the whole play in one sitting, I will admit. I found the whole thing intriguing, although extremely confusing. Yeah, why'd she eat her kids? Or feed her kids to her husband? Damn. I fear that I simply didn't have room in my head for some of the knowledge required to enjoy it fully. These pagan gods and foreign ideals, they confused me. Oh, she's never read a Greek mythology book in her life. She's like, who the fuck is Zeus? I assumed that there was a point to all of it that Catherine might have been able to teach me, but without her guidance, I felt lost. They couldn't even give the girly, like, a little Greek mythology book in her Bible collection as a treat? No? Damn. To be frank, the section I read was perfectly ghastly to my understanding. A jilted wife plots to kill her husband's new lover, and the new lover's father along with her. Why would she have read about Zeus? She was busy writing scripture all day. I know, but you know, if you're gonna lock a girl away all her life, I think she deserves a little treat. You know, a little recreation. which is for an old dead religion, another religion, but like an old dead one. And the new lover's father along with her. I suppose they didn't have Bible scripture to turn to in those days, so it was an interesting window into a world before the Word. However, when the heroine's thoughts wandered to murdering her own children in kind to prove the cause as much pain as she possibly could, I closed the book. It was too horrible to think about. Okay, so you did get to the part where she feeds the husband her kids. Okay. I'm not sure what I had expected, but in my memory, Catherine had been so excited to share this with me, suggesting that I would appreciate its contents. Catherine didn't realize you weren't feminist enough yet. What on earth could she thought of me to assume that I would have enjoyed this of all tales? Nah, man, she's gatekeep, gaslight, girl bossing, feeding her kids to her husband. I wasn't angry, I suppose. It was just a story, after all. I just had no clue what to make of it. Really, it hurt most that Catherine wasn't around to explain what she had been thinking when she planned to give me this. I'm sure she would have had a good answer. I did eventually doze off after reading a bit of the play. It wasn't for long, however. Moira soon arrived to take my laundry away and provide me with some more mint. Since I didn't really feel like walking around the Abbey in my nightgown in the middle of the day, I was stuck in my dormitory. This would usually suit me just fine, although with nothing but a play, I'd had my fill of to read. I soon became restless. Luckily, I eventually had a knock on the door. Are you awake, dearie? Yes, please come in. Moira told me you still were feeling a little under the weather, so I brought you some sage water. Oh, how lovely, thank you. Charity set a pitcher and a mug down on my small reading desk and sat down in the little chair. She poured a generous amount of drink into the mug and handed it to me, which I accepted gratefully. This is very soothing. I've always sworn by it myself. Drink it once a night. Would be dead without it, I reckon. Really? Maybe, maybe not, but I wouldn't take the chance to stop now, would you? No, I suppose not. Darcy isn't half clever with plants. Could well be that she's discovered a way to grow sage that'll make us last forever. Well, when we're all over 100 years old, we'll know who to thank, won't we? Charity chuckled and wagged a finger at me. Careful now, I might not be as far off from that age as I look. You don't look a day over 30, Sister Charity. I couldn't help but feel jovial around Charity. We had barely spoken, but there was an aura of kindness and warmth around her that I could sense immediately. Ooh, watch it, cheeky. Has Flora been putting you up to flattery like that? No, actually, Flora and I haven't spoken all that much yet, I'm afraid. She doesn't speak much at all to anyone until suddenly she won't shut it. Comes with her youth, I suppose. What were you like at her age? Much the same as I am now, I believe. I was in that cell the entire time. Oh, of course, stupid me. Well, you're remarkably well behaved for someone who hasn't spent any time around people. That much I can tell. Aside from all the fainting and puking. Who hasn't fainted and puked around here? You got everyone good last night with that little prank. I'm surprised Catherine didn't keel over. We're a fragile bunch. Nobody here will judge you for that. And if they do, well, let her who hasn't passed out in the Misericorde cast the first stone. I'd been meaning to ask, what actually happens in there? You know what a Misericorde is, yes? Ooh, the name of the game! We're getting explanations. In theory. I know the rules of Saint Benedict are less stringently adhered to in there. That's right. You can have four-legged meat in there if you fancy. It's mostly for guests who aren't to be expected to follow the rules. But we get so few visitors, it's more of a little clubhouse for us, our little den of sin. I see. You're welcome to pop in sometime as long as there's room. It isn't a den of sin. The thing I just said. It isn't a den of sin or anything of the like. It's just a touch more relaxed. Mostly the girls play chess and complain about the superior. She let out a hearty laugh and leaned over to flick my arm. I smiled back. I didn't want to get into an argument with Sister Charity of all people, especially when this was the first time we'd really spent any time together. I would like to stop in, to be sure. Only half the nuns can be in there at any given time, so let me or Marta know ahead of time if you do want to hang about. It's not a problem usually, but I do hate having to kick anyone out. Of course, where does the other half usually spend their leisure time in the evenings? Well, we've all got our own occupations, haven't we? Darcy's got her little projects. Margaret likes to go on wanders. Besides, it's not like the Misericorde is the only place we're allowed to relax. It's just the only place we can relax and have a spot of lamb to boot. What do you like to do? Well, Sister Marta and I will often sit in the cloister with some wine and gossip the evening away. I know, lamb, yum yum, maybe do tarot. Whoa! Lamb sounds good. There's a few wooden chairs down there. It's lovely on summer nights. That sounds restorative. Hot half. When the moon's high, you hardly need a torch to see. The stars are lovely to watch. I'll have to try that sometime as well. You'd be more than welcome to join us, I'm sure. Although I'd worried we'd bore you to death with our old lady chatter. I'm not much of a conversationalist myself, as I'm sure you've noticed. Or that's a Hedwig. I'm not much of a conversationalist myself, as I'm sure you've noticed. You're better at it than Sister Angela, and that's all that really matters. Ooh, get her ass. Well... It's all right, girl. Spit it out. She's rather mean-spirited, isn't she? Charity started laughing heartily. Goodness gracious, that's the kindest thing anyone said about her in recent memory. Damn, okay, everybody feels that way about her. I didn't realize that. Well, Sister Angela is a creep and a busybody. If she's been bullying you, come to me. I'll sort her out for you. We haven't had any run-ins that dramatic, I promise you. Well, regardless, the offer is on the table. She was a right terror to Adela when she first showed up. Flora as well, for that matter. Though Flora might have brought that on herself just a little. I snorted, laughing into my sage water. Just a little? Thank you, Sister Charity. I will keep that in mind. There was a knock on the door. Charity held up a hand to stop me from getting up myself and stood to open it herself. Sister... Oh, shit! Did she overhear all that? Oh, damn! Oopsie! Sister Angela was standing on the threshold, looking particularly icy. Speak of the devil! Hello, Sister Charity. My ears were burning. How long were you standing there listening, you gangly creep? Not long. Your voice just happens to carry, and it would have been rude of me to interrupt. Sorry, Angela. Don't you dare apologize, Hedwig. I've seen the way Angela treats you, and I know the way she treats all kinds. You have nothing to be sorry for. The firmest I've been with Sister Hedwig is admonishing her for running in the halls. Is she, for some reason, exempt from the rules? Oh, don't give me that. You've been staring daggers at her ever since luncheon yesterday. You are imagining things. I wouldn't be the only one. Have you found Catherine's cat yet? Well, I'm off. It was pleasant chatting with you, Hedwig. I'm off to see Darcy. I have some questions about nectar for her. Angela sneered as Charity pushed past her into the hallway, but held off from saying anything in return. She didn't speak to me either. Instead, she simply dumped a pile of fresh clothes onto the dormitory floor, then turned to leave. Thank you for getting my laundry. Thank you. She did not respond. I carried the embarrassment. Oh, no. Ow. I carried the embarrassment of that encounter around with me for the rest of the afternoon. In the hour or two I had free before supper, I wandered the halls and exchanged pleasantries with anyone who passed me by, but I was preoccupied. Supper tasted like ash. Why did I feel so wretched, given that Charity had been completely correct? No, I understand, girl. Angela had treated me horribly in my brief time within her reach. There was no denying it. From the way everybody else spoke of her, it sounded like I was not the sole target of her ire either. I deserved it. The suffering Angela seemed intent on inflicting upon me felt like appropriate punishment for all of my little sins. In fact, if that had been all I had to endure, I might say I had gotten off lightly. An anchorite or anchoress does not break their vow. It just never happens. As I spooned my meal into my mouth, I thought about these words. Oh, not the Latin again. Ego quoque hic faciam vobis visitabo vos velociter in egestate et ardor qui conficiat oculos vestros et consumat animas vestros. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning egg that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. I was positively awash in sorrow. You would have wooed it? Oh no. I was terrified beyond reckoning. And I was racked with a mysterious illness. One that did not seem to be life-threatening, but enhanced my sorrows and fears thrice over. Alright. Yes, existential dread, ooh woo. Alright, I'll just watch the clock when it reaches 8:40. Okay. I was being punished. For the next few days, I completed my tasks in silence and wandered the halls in a daze. I accepted my doom. At night, the halls echoed with that familiar, incessant scratching. I would stand at the end of my old hallway, torn between returning to the comfort of my cell and fear of the demonic symbol and the walls behind it. I must apologize. I don't remember anything worth noting for a little while after that. Faux pas! Ooh, we got a faux pas. I got an achievement, Misericorde. Okay. And then... He's having a thip. Monk having a thip. Who is the Mother Superior? Excuse me. I'm very sorry. My stupor lasted for several days. The Superior eventually pulled me into her office and gently asked if I'd made any progress. I hadn't, of course, which meant the rest of the conversation was decidedly less gentle. Hedwig! I'm sure I don't need to impress the importance of your tasks upon you again. No, not at all. It's just... the path forward seems exceedingly simple to me. You haven't even breached the topic with Catherine the First. How exactly do I do that without giving the entire thing away? I would have expected that you would have been able to ingratiate yourself to the sisters. Okay, 2 minutes are up. Can you really think of no way to elegantly approach the subject? Oh, wait, I said I stopped, and then I just kept doing it. Let me drink some water. Not that easy. Of course it won't be easy. Speaking of the dead never is. But surely you can come up with a way to be elegant about it. I think you are vastly overestimating my social abilities. It's hardly been a week. I don't mean to be too brutish, but you haven't been drawn and quartered by any conspirators yet, have you? You're not suspected of any ulterior motives, I'm certain of it. All the more reason that starting to press now feels so difficult. The Superior sighed deeply. Ooh, addiction. Let's walk through things together. James told you Catherine could vouch for him regarding his traveling cloak. I imagine there is a way to confirm this without revealing too much. How? I suppose you could ask about Catherine the First generally. Respectfully, of course. And then you could, I don't know, mention you'd heard something about the cloaked villain arriving that morning. It is better than nothing. It sounds like you've thought about this. Maybe you should ask her? You're her superior, after all. I am your superior as well. Of course, I didn't mean... And I could not ask her for that precise reason. I am in charge of this place, and therefore everyone has their guard up around me. That doesn't make any sense. It is the way of the world. Being in charge is often more work than being charged. It is exhausting. But they'll trust me. I don't think anyone here would confide in me so readily. It is more likely they would speak to you openly, yes. Or at the very least, they may be less inclined to choose every word so carefully. You're the chief, I'm just a gumshoe, exactly. I just don't know. Hedwig, you met James. You saw his suffering. I did. And perhaps they have not shown it, but the sisters are suffering as well. Bringing the truth to light will help to heal everyone. It will fix everything. Well, not the accused. I just want the truth. If the sisters are keeping secrets, it could well be that they are hiding the truth out of fear rather than malice. The cloud must be lifted, for everyone's sake, and for Catherine II's. I wish people would stop calling her that. It doesn't feel right. Catherine II? I assure you I mean it with the utmost affection. She took to it wholeheartedly. Her and Catherine I. They played some sort of game for it? It was a series of chess games, if I recall. Oh, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at this point. It is an exceedingly popular game. It's not just for children, if that's your apprehension. I wouldn't say I have any apprehension, I just mostly find myself frustrated by its use as a sort of language all its own, looking at Umineko and flipping the chessboard. I think I was expecting that years and years of reading scripture would have been enough to prepare me for speaking in an abbey. Interesting. You know, I actually find it surprising none of the books you had in your cell mentioned chess. It feels very old to me. There's so much written about it. As you've pointed out, it weaves through every conversation. Just like Umineko. I've known about it my whole life. It's very frustrating. It's more than just chess. I don't feel like I'm relating to these women at all. What if I taught you? What? Oh, it's Queen's Gambit time! Let's go! Chess? Would you like to learn how to play? I wouldn't want to impose. Don't be silly. It's a game. It's not an imposition in the slightest. Besides, if it'll help build your confidence up somewhat. Alright, she's learning chess from the superior. The superior got up from her seat and walked over to the shelf in the corner, retrieving a large wooden box. She heaved it onto her desk and opened the clasps, revealing an impressively polished chessboard. She carefully laid this board on the desk and beckoned me to bring my chair closer. She began removing beautifully carved pieces from the box and placing them on the board. I'm playing chess against a dude in a seat ahead of me. He doesn't know I can see his pieces, Lamau. Some were brilliant white, and others were tinted with a red hue. Oh, white and red, not white and black, huh? Ivory. Aren't they lovely? We still kill elephants in these days. They're incredible. Now, these common ones, that's right, the smaller ones, those are pawns. They look like gumdrops. Forbidden candy. They get lined up in the front like this. They look a bit like thimbles. They do, don't they? Or maybe a nice Mike and Ike. Line them up in a row here. What does the one on the horse do? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to acquaint you with the most important pieces first here. Most important pieces first. This one here is the king. I will spare you the details of my first game. Needless to say, I did quite terribly, although not for lack of trying. If she's explaining the rules, it might actually be important that the chess reader know chess for this. Oh, never mind. Oh. Imagine. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. It was interesting, though. It made me realize that I couldn't remember playing any games with anyone else before. I had little rituals I performed in my cell that I suppose you might consider games. I would commit the words I was studying closely through Lectio Divina, and then see if I could make those passages and phrases again with words I wrote while transcribing new Bibles. Fortunately, now I don't need to learn how the horsey moves. Ah. Yeah. I'll never need to know this for any puzzle in any haunted house. In any game about carving pumpkins as a ghost. What? Does that not count as a game? I will agree that it is different. You can play a game by yourself, but it's hard to consider that competition. The spirit of the whole endeavor is something different entirely. I sound just like Sister Adela, don't I? At the very least, playing chess with a superior was enlightening. I won't ever need to Google en passant. Finally grasped why playing so-and-so moves ahead was such a helpful phrase. Unfortunately for me, I could barely think through the move I was making, let alone what I'd do in the future. I believe that is checkmate. Oh, so it's over? Don't be discouraged, it was your first game. You did admirably, considering. Thank you. I am more than happy to play with you more in the future if you'd like. Ooh, playing chess with Mother Superior. But promise me you will ask Catherine about James's cloak one way or another. You made a promise to him after all. You may have just lost your mind at Catherine and thrown up, but you can do it. And I think both of us have an unspoken promise to keep for Catherine II's sake, don't you? I will make sure to speak with Sister Catherine. Good girl. I will summon you again in a few days' time. She had been gesturing to me with my defeated king piece throughout this exchange. That's mean! With a flick of the wrist, she placed it back in the sturdy box along with the other pieces. I stood up to leave and bowed my head. Thank you, Your Reverence. Now, we spoke of this. Yes, of course. Until next time, Superior. I told James I'd come for him on a white horse and everything. Now James is gonna crash out, escape from prison, and blow up the entire hill. She nodded. And returned to tidying up the chessboard. I left the room. It was mid-afternoon. Ooh, funky music. It was mid-afternoon. I remember the sky looking cloudier than ever, as if the fog I had seen surrounding Lynbarrow Tor had encroached around the abbey itself. What a strange place this is, I had promised the Superior I would speak to Catherine, but I admit that I was reluctant to run straight to her all the same. If she came to me, she came to me. After all, I would need to bring the topic up naturally. Except the fire won't happen because there's no oxygen because the wine cellar has poor ventilation. Ah! It was no use chasing her down. I decided to clear my head with a stroll through the gardens. My stupor had not cleared completely, but I at least had the energy and desire to be amongst the flowers. It was a reassuring feeling. It had been a few days since I had last felt the capacity to want. Even with gray skies above, the garden was a jewel. I admit the music threw me for the first stream because it doesn't fit medieval England, but now it's definitely grown on me. You know, I found the music is made by... this game is essentially made by one person, including the music, so, like, it's definitely done with intention from the start. Yeah, it's grown on me too. Even with gray skies above, the garden was a jewel. The flowers were fewer than I imagined they might be in spring, but nonetheless the bushes, hedges, and herbs, as they say in England, were a welcome and inviting sight. I heard rustling up ahead. To my delight, a black cat eventually emerged from the bushes. Nero! It's Nero! Is that Catherine's cat? Oh my god, it really is Nero! Hi, Nero! It looked at me briefly with its big moony eyes. For a moment, I forgot all my troubles. It's Burn Castle! And Nero, my son! I'm actually seeing Nero over the top of my monitor. He's in his cat tree grooming himself, so this is funny. I stepped forward to coo at it. It looked at me inquisitively. But a sudden sound from the bushes startled the poor thing. No, it's just like Nero, running at the first sneeze. It scampered away, leaving me somewhat disappointed. Real. Oh. A figure emerged through the bushes next to me. Sister Angela! Did you see it? The cat? No, the cow. She looked entirely ridiculous. There were twigs sticking out of her hood from her attempt to squeeze through the bushes. She was breathing heavily. I suppose she must have been chasing the cat for quite some time. Of course I mean the cat. Oh, yes. Which way did it go? It sort of scurried off that way. I gestured toward the edge of the path. I was trying not to giggle at Angela's misfortune, especially given that thinking about the animosity between us had put me in a daze for half a week. I see. She glanced in the direction I had indicated, then sighed and stood up straight. If you find another opportunity, do try to seize it. Cats have no business here in the Abbey. But what if they're cute? Why not? It doesn't say anything about no cats in the Bible. Doesn't matter. I know you're not used to being outside of your cell, but I would have thought obedience would not be so foreign a concept. I am the prioress. That should be reason enough. Why do you hate me so much? Angela was busy removing debris from her hood and cowl, but I could see her arch her eyebrow even higher than I was used to. Yeah, wouldn't you want him to kill some rats? What if the plague does come? I don't hate you. Well, it certainly seems like you do. I should have perhaps saved this confrontational energy for questioning Catherine. But seeing Angela so out of sorts had, I must admit, urged me to act on the feelings that had been brewing inside me for the last several days. That's funny. You know, I could ask you the same question. I seem to recall that I walked in on you being incredibly childish in your estimation of me. That was Charity. She egged you on. Don't be pathetic. Own your words. You have been very cruel to me since we first met. When you ran straight into me, that was a mistake. Yes, one you have made no effort to correct, it seems. I seem to recall that you barreled into me later the same day. I don't hate you, Sister Hedwig. I simply find you tiresome. I am exhausted by what you represent. I wish you could believe me when I say I'm not after your job. I have no interest in running the Abbey. Or any Abbey, for that matter. Even if I did believe you, which I am not saying I do, that wouldn't comfort me much at all. Succession seems to be the Superior's plan for you. even if she hasn't told you. I am the new chronicler. That's all. Yet you seem to leave your job quite early each day. I am not a terribly prolific writer. Not yet. This was one of the first times Angela hasn't had a retort ready to fire back at me. I was so surprised it almost knocked me off balance as much as a piercing reply would have. Anyway, for my part, I don't hate you. I'm afraid of you, I think. That's good. That means you have not yet abandoned all respect for authority. How perfectly cruel of you to say. This is exactly what I mean when I ask, why do you hate me? And once again, I must say, I do not hate you. I hate your disregard for the natural order of things. I hate that once again I have been saddled with unruly children to rear as my own because the superior has no interest in doing it herself. I am not a child. You are a babe not 2 weeks out of the womb. You weren't alive in that cell, and choosing to break that seal is a grave sin all its own. By my estimation, you need my help more than anyone here. Then help me. I do not revel in my sins. I am not proud of them. What help can you offer me beyond venom? Do you know what this place is, Hedwig? Linbarrow Tor is not a normal monastery. Surely you've noticed, even with your complete lack of worldly experience. Of course, but this is the last stop before the gates of hell. Huh? Excuse me? Do you think all of the sisters here ended up in this ruin of their own volition? I mean, I suspected not, but I didn't think it would be put so, dramatically. Do you think there are an abundance of women in the world eager to take the veil and serve the Lord here? Make no mistake, you should be begging for my approval. You have emerged into a den of vipers, not a house of God. You shouldn't trust a word any of the sisters tell you. You should be wary of their intentions. Why, their behavior in the wake of the murder of one of their own should be evidence enough. Man! Angela looking at Hedwig like abandon hope, all ye who enter here, like before you go into hell in, like the gates of hell in the Divine Comedy and the Dante. This is an important conversation. Why, their behavior in the wake of the murder of one of their own should be evidence enough. I don't hate you, Sister Hedwig. I'm simply the only person here who cares enough not to lie to you. I don't hate you, Sister Hedwig. I'm simply the only person here who cares enough not to lie to you. I have high expectations for your behavior. That is all. You, at the very least, have the potential to serve God with humility and grace here on this hill. Not like the other lost women here. The criminals and the freaks. Christ spoke highly of the prostitutes and tax collectors only on the condition that they sinned no more. The sisters here, they believe they are owed salvation. If that is true, Sister Angela, why? Spit it out. Why are you here? Why, indeed. And with that, she brushed the last twig out of her habit, peered down her nose at me one last time, and left. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, just like in the famous Christian literary work Ultrakill. How perfectly bewildering that woman was to me. And Moira, the most criminal and most freaky of them all. I know Moira's got to be hiding something crazy. The one who seems like a normal nun can't be normal. How perfectly bewildering that woman was to me. Forgive me for being cross, but to this day I find her treatment of me beguiling. I had spent days wondering, did I deserve this? Was Angela a conduit through which God could punish me for the sins Angela rightfully pointed out to me? I still wonder that. In my calmer moments, I acquiesce to the idea. In my lowest moments, I almost relish it. But the truth of the matter is, every time I was presented with her maddening ability to pinprick me, to always find something wrong with me. Oh my, I'm doing it right now, aren't I? Ignore me. All is right with the world. I am back here in my cell, where I belong. See, this is what I want to know. Why the hell is she back there? I deserve every bit of ire I am recounting to you. It's just that in retelling the story, I must inhabit a previous version of myself to properly describe how I felt. I will try my best not to let the past and the present bleed together too much in future. Angela huffed away after the cat, and I decided I'd better head the opposite direction if I was to avoid any more unpleasantness. I walked back towards the rectory, the last of my mind's haze replaced with a burning indignance. I would not say I was in a good mood, but I was certainly more alert than I had been for some time. There she is, and there's Catherine with a K. Splendid. Oh, hello, Sister Margaret, Sister Catherine. We were looking for you. What luck? I told her to look for you, and I wanted to make sure she did. Margaret has this very amusing idea that I'm a flake. Can you believe it? Anyway, we would like to cordially invite you to the Misericorde this evening. That's right. You've seemed all out of sorts recently, and a little birdie told me that Charity may have indicated that you were welcome. Which you are, as it happens. But you've been in such a state recently, Margaret got it into her head that you perhaps were waiting for a more direct invitation. Which I actually suggested Catherine extend several days before you even spoke with Charity about it, I should add. Oh, what happened with that? Which I don't remember, but I would never accuse Margaret of lying. Hence, would you like to join us in the Misericorde tonight? I am very grateful for the invitation. I hope you don't think I was moping around because of that, although... Oh, wonderful! I knew it couldn't have been my fault. Catherine. Margaret? Let her speak. Of course. Did Charity explain what happened after our conversation? There was nothing else mentioned. Oh well. I looked over my shoulder and peered past the pair of sisters in front of me, just in case Angela was preparing to make another dramatic entrance. Sister Angela may have overheard the two of us speaking unfavorably about her. Is that all? No wonder she didn't say anything about it. Arguments with Angela happen all the time. It's practically passé to mention. No, you don't understand. She was extremely upset. It was horrible. You never forget your first. The first time she caught me in the pantry at night, she dragged me by my ear to the superior's office to wake her up to demand I be punished. Were you? Of course not. Soup mumbled something about sleep being important and shut the door. Honestly, I think it was meant more for Angela than me. Angela has it in her head that I am responsible for the cat running around the abbey. And she will not stop bothering about it at my broken... and she will not stop bothering me about my broken door. Catherine's door is broken. Another door that isn't locked. Or maybe it does lock, but it's creaky. It is a bit creaky. I'm a busy woman. Besides, I can't work with my hands. So I shouldn't worry about Angela? No, not in the slightest. I considered expanding my story to include the encounter with Angela that I had just left, but I decided not to pursue the subject further. I was relieved to hear that I had some support in the matter. However, I didn't want to risk continuing to invoke Angela's name, lest she emerge from behind a corner to drop from the ceiling at that very moment. What does one actually do in the Misericorde? Drink. Yes, there's a lot of wine. Is that all? This is where the nuns get crunk. Wine, as I'm sure you're aware, is a staple of life in monasteries, so this on its own is not exactly enticing. Bring your best drugs and freaky underclothes, Hedwig. We've invented something called a rave. Well, for 2 minutes, you were waiting for that countdown, won't you? Okay, we're gonna party. So this on its own was not exactly enticing. After all, there was practically an ocean of the stuff just below us. Better wine than we drink usually, to be clear. Wine that's made for the drinking. For the drinking, not just for drinking. Oh, I see. There's also chess, music, if I'm feeling like breaking out the woot anyway. We read and talk and weed. It is an oasis of pleasure here in our bowling wheel community. Angela will not be attending tonight, by the way. Well then, I'd be delighted to join you. Splendid. I'm very sorry if you were feeling left out. I assure you I was not, but thank you all the same. You really worry too much, Margaret. Well then, I will see you later. You lost your chance again to speak to Catherine. The two excused themselves. Are you surprised that I agreed to attend what sounds plainly like a night of debauchery, gossip, and sin? Well, I suppose I surprised myself too. Although, as I'm sure you've guessed, I had an ulterior motive. A wine-soaked event would be the perfect opportunity to ask Catherine about poor James. I was thinking the same thing. Tongues would be looser than usual, and my questioning might not be under quite such scrutiny. All right, 2 minutes are up. I explained all this to the superior, who pulled me aside after supper to ask if I had fulfilled my promise. The Misericorde. Yes, it seems like the best way for me to talk to Catherine about it. It'll seem natural. And it didn't feel natural at any other point you saw her today? When she was giving you this invitation, perhaps? Margaret was with her. I see. Well, I don't love the prospect, but as long as you get the result we need, I can't stop you. Is there something wrong with the Misericorde? It's a space with explicitly relaxed rules. To be honest, I'm surprised you aren't more vocally opposed. Well, it's a rule unto itself, is it not? I cannot argue with tradition. I see. You're a stickler, but not a spoilsport. Something like that. I can understand that, I suppose. The problem is, given that most rules around here are quite lax, the bar is raised a bit higher in there, I think. Betting they can all drink on Hedwig under the table, though? I'm thinking so. This is kind of sounding like a den of sin. Angela certainly cares about rules. Well, she's the prioress, so that's her job. Although she might go a little too far in the other direction for my taste. What is your ideal picture for this place, then? I'd be curious to know. That's a very interesting question. Thank you for asking. The superior swirled the cup she held in her hand and looked off to the middle distance behind me. It would be much the same, truthfully. The buildings wouldn't be in such disrepair. I wouldn't have to suffer with such direct insubordination on a regular basis. But I certainly wouldn't rule by the sword. That's the trouble with the Misericorde as it exists now. I have no quarrel with a concept of an easement in the dam, but I'm not sure there is much of a dam currently. What do you mean? Children should be expected to have secrets. Towns need inns. The workers in the fields, the lowliest peasants deserve their holidays. Precepts must be upheld, but I think they can only be upheld if people are allowed at least the illusion of breaking them. That is surprising to say the least. You disagree then? That's understandable. Well, for one, are we not nuns? Foregoing earthly delights is our strength and purpose, surely. Soup advocating for the purge? It would seem we have reversed positions here. Flip the... God fucking damn it! You can't hide from me! Misericorde VN Dev with Umineko covers on your YouTube? God! They needed the chess scene just for this. Oh, God damn it. Flip the chessboard around the other way, as it were. No, Battler, your pieces! They're scattering everywhere! Well... In my ideal abbey, everyone is content. They do their tasks and enrich their lives and serve as vessels of prayer. You know, this sounds nice to me. And then they are allowed a brief respite so that they do not become overwhelmed or discouraged by their work. I think this sounds fair. I spent my whole life alone in a cell with my work, and not once did I complain. The superior tilted her head in a manner that reminded me of the cat I'd seen Angela chasing earlier that day. The smart kid wondering why he's looking, me who's been eating the pieces when he's not looking. The smart kid wondering why he's losing, me who's been eating the pieces when he's not looking. Did you never dream of leaving? Was there nothing in your books that you wished you could see for yourself? Never. The writing was enough. You must have a truly vivid imagination. I'm not sure I do. I just never needed anything else. You never sang to yourself. Invented little games. Well, I did have a few reading games, now that you mention it, but perhaps that is how we arrive at an understanding then. You were perfectly content in the world as you experienced it, but you still needed to come up with something of your own. Something different. That's the ideal purpose of the Misericorde. The tavern, the arena, and so on. I find that very hard to swallow. Would you say the same of prostitution? The superior made a sneering gesture that took me aback. Uh-oh. You're flailing your way out of check here, I'm afraid. There's no need to grasp at such extreme examples. Of course, I don't feel that way about whoring. And don't retort by asking if I find whores beyond redemption then, by the way. I wasn't. That wouldn't make any sense. You're quite right. Soup? What's going on there? She finished her drink in silent satisfaction. I steamed for a minute. I was afraid that she was actually entirely correct in her assumption that pivoting the conversation back to scriptural understanding was my intended reply. I find the Misericorde in its current state unseemly. The rules here aren't being followed outside of it, let alone inside it. I worry about what the sisters could be up to in there. Oh, they doing the hard drugs. It's this is why it's the... Oh boy. Okay, what are you in for? What are you in for? It ceases to be an easement if the whole plane is flooded. Well, I'll be careful. I'm sure one night with the others won't utterly corrupt me. And then... Hedwig! Wait a second, you're in the lesbian nun VN. Wait, Hedwig! See that it doesn't. Can you fit a bonfire in a Misericorde? Oh, I'm sure they've tried. I suppose it can't hurt you to experience it for yourself and report back to me exactly how founded my assumptions are. If you're that worried about it, why not just disallow it? It's an expected function of a Benedictine monastery. Besides, I have no interest in making these women respect me less. Would they respect you less if you took it away? Or would they respect you more? If you showed that you had that power, I dare say I'd be the next one found without a head. Oh! See? She still thinks the murderer is among them. Don't forget. I shuddered. While I was never completely free from fear, direct confrontation with the reality of my situation still unmoored me. It made me feel like I was being watched. Please don't say such things. I am simply making a point. As I've said before, I must play a very cautious strategy in my position. Speaking of, would you like to play a game? Not Jigsaw's Mother Superior. The change of subject was a relief, I must admit. We whittled away some time playing chess. I was not very good at it yet, I must confess. Nonetheless, I appreciated the opportunity to fill my mind with something beyond visions of blood and guts. Oh boy! Oh, I'm excited now. What are they gonna get up to in there? Hedwig will be joining us tonight. If you don't see blood and guts while playing chess, are you really playing? According to Umineko, no. How many people actually, like, imagine the chess pieces killing each other in real battle when they play chess? That would be an interesting, like, poll to take among people. I imagine professional chess players just think of it purely in strategy and, like, books and moves and stuff. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, we do have a... Well, I mean... Those were like rocks beating each other up. I mean like flesh and blood soldiers that the pieces are supposed to represent, right? Although you make a good point. I have, but like not much though. Like maybe once or twice while playing chess. Ever. Because then I realize, oh yeah, this is supposed to be like a soldier. Then I imagine it like stabbing the dude. But then that's only for like very briefly. But most people don't think of that, right? You're also very bad at chess and hate playing it. I get it. I get it. I was like the only kid around. So anybody I'd play chess with was like decades older than me and kicking my ass. So I get the feeling. Video games, the what's her name, Persona 5, although she just may be in you mean Hifumi? The shogi player? Or is there a chess girl in Royal? There's a girl in Royal who's only in Royal. Shogi, yeah. I love Hifumi. She's cool. She and my protag smooched. She was one of the better, like, they didn't even call them social links in that game. Confidants? She was like one of the better confidants, in my opinion. Although I still haven't played Royal. I know the confidants are quite different in that game, kind of like what they did with Persona 3 FES and like Persona 4 Golden. So, if I can get it for like free, I might play Royal one of these days. I should look up the Star Wars chess for PC. Oh, yeah, because you played a video game, they start pew-pewing at each other, huh? Keep an eye out, goes on sale often. I mean, sale is one thing. I want it for, like, $0 or, like, $2. Because I already spent plenty on the original Persona 5. I got, like, the Steelbook edition. I accidentally bought a second copy. So I'm like, I've spent enough money on Persona 5 for what I got out of it, I feel like. So that's why I want Royal to be, like, dropped into my lap. If it goes on, like, PS Plus, yeah. I have PS Plus. If they include it, I have to check. Maybe they have included it in PS Plus. If they include it in PS Plus, I'm downloading that shit, yeah. Ooh, I gotta check. Anyway. I think they have? They definitely have for, like, one of the versions. Is it Royal? I'll check after this. You want Persona 5 except Waluigi is there. That would also be an improvement. We need Waluigi in Persona 5. She should be a Persona. That would be great. Okay. Hedwig will be joining us tonight. Alright, we're about to get crunk with the nuns. Oh, really? Lucky her! We had just left the rectory after the evening meal. There was apparently still some time before the Misericorde's door would open. I had a little bit of time to while away preparing myself for a night in the lion's den. Don't make such a fuss about it. Why not? We're just happy to have you. Well, I am happy to hear it. You know that scene of Jack Frost says join your party without your consent, but it's Waluigi. Wah! Waluigi nonetheless. But, speaking of which, but nonetheless, you're making me nervous. You'll have so much fun. Such a special occasion, honestly. Special? Well, yes. Isn't this going to be your first time ever going to a social event? Careful. Don't break her. Sorry. I felt like I was about to faint. Moira was completely correct, of course. Never in my life had I been to anything more sociable than meals in the rectory, and those had been overwhelming enough on their own. I'm going to do my best to have a good time. That's all that matters. It'll be fun. What are we going to do anyway? I suppose we don't really do anything specific. It's very fluid. Me when forced to socialize. Yeah, I feel it. We've got a chessboard. I think Catherine mentioned that there's music sometimes. I'll bring my lute. You have your own lute? Yes. Catherine II gave it to me ages ago. One day I should ask Catherine if she could nick the portative for an evening rather than just disabling it. That could be fun to mess around with. I wish you wouldn't fiddle with the superior's things. It's all in good fun. The soup knows. I'm not so sure. Hedwig, you're getting too nervous again. Moira seems so carefree ever since that day she broke down while talking to me in the dormitories. I was jealous of her ability to have that be her one emotional outburst on such a horrible subject. It was as if she'd simply been able to drain the abscess and heal the wound. I wish that I could do the same. Unfortunately, every one of my fears and miseries seem to linger and fester within each other. If my head was a diseased limb, I'd simply have to lop it off. The sun was just starting to set. I decided to go out for a walk in the garden. Less so nowadays, but I've noticed I kind of relate to how Hedwig stews on things and how things will like physically affect her for a long time after. Cause I've been like that for a really long time. I've gotten a lot better in the last few years, but I've noticed that when reading, I'm just like, oh, I know that feel. Oh, you're the same way. It's rough. It's rough. It was one of the best places for me to clear my head that didn't involve drawing a bath. Provided I didn't run into Angela, at least. But what were the odds of that happening again? I was determined to make real, tangible progress tonight. The superior was right to be frustrated with the lack of momentum. That poor young man had begged me to do something to secure his freedom, and then I had slipped into a dark spell for days. I had been selfish. Girl, you hadn't been selfish. Your brain no worky. It wasn't going to be impossible. Things weren't so bad. I even had a clue to follow up on. It would be easy to ask Catherine about the cloak when we'd both have a few cups of wine. There was nothing to worry about. I was genuinely interested, after all. What would I tell Catherine if she asked how I knew about the cloak? Hedwig. Darcy time! Oh, hello! I want to show you something. You've got to come see. Oh, very well. Darcy scurried around the bend toward the cloister before I could finish my reply. When you were like 9, you spit over a railing over a crowd because I saw over kids doing it. Parents lightly scolded me. I still feel guilty about it. Oh no! You didn't even hit anybody. Oh, I feel that. That would also still be. I totally get it, man. One time I was, when I was a kid, I remember I was walking through this public kind of place. It was like, I guess I could say it was like a casino with like a cafe that you can kind of walk through on your way to other things. And so it was loud in there, right? And so I'd said something, I'd happened to say something that sounded a little rude. Like, you know, something was stupid or I hate something, you know? And then this middle-aged dude happened to hear me as I walked by and he was like, oh, you know, like, ooh, you know, like, oh, this little kid just like said that, like, ooh. And that haunted me for like over a decade. I felt so embarrassed. I think if I was worse off, I'd still feel something about it. It feels a bit, it's a bit of a situation like they were just talking shit about Angela and then there's knocking at the door, they open the door, it's Angela. It was a bit, you know, a bit like that. I had to hike up my robe to keep up with her without tripping on the stairs. She was leading me to the dorms, it seemed. Whether it was she had to show me, I could not... Whatever it was she had to show me, I could not guess. I am sorry about the mess. I lost an important mushroom and I have been turning the place upside down looking for it. You need the mushroom for the party, don't you, Darcy? She had ushered me into her room in the dormitory. It was a stark contrast from my own. There were bits and bobs everywhere. Haphazardly stacked books. Bottles of various sizes, both empty and full. Little scraps of paper, plants in little pots. Darcy had certainly made the space hers. I have been working on this for a while, and I think you might be interested. Or someone took it for the party. Oh no, Darcy! Somebody beat you to it. She was standing in front of a small cauldron that was full of a thin, clear liquid that smelled a bit like wet grass. You have been sick and sad a lot lately. And I thought, well, maybe I can do something about that. Do something? Did you make this for me? It is a little something I'm fiddling with. Will make you feel better, maybe. What's in it? Weed. No. I didn't want to sound rude, but I couldn't help but think about what might happen to me if I drank something Darcy had brewed. Darcy invents antidepressants. Women in STEM. Let's go. It has some St. John's wort and some sage and some water from the hills. Isn't St. John's wort kinda hallucinogenic? I boiled it all together with some other things as well, I forgot. It has mint for flavor, though. Mentha? That's right. She ladled some of the liquid into a little bottle. The whole setup was a little precarious. I lunged forward to stop the wobbling cauldron from plummeting to the floor as Darcy knocked it about with her sleeve. Oh, steady on me. Good thing I was here. Anyway, try some. Darcy, is this quite all right for me? What do you mean? I have a frail constitution and this is very, 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 very light. Do not worry. Light, huh? What do you mean? You think I could drink this without any trouble? If I did it right, it will in fact lessen your troubles. That is very kind of you. St. John's wort is yield antidepressant. Interesting. Thank you, Wikipedia. That is very kind of you. I hope I'm not being rude. I just, you know, the Bible often reminds us to remain sober-minded. You are not sober-minded. You are sad a lot and lonely. Oh no, her face. She wasn't laughing. You are not sober-minded. You are sad a lot and lonely as well. I was very worried while you were not talking very much. And I am not very good at talking, so I did not want to butt in while you were saying precious few things. Oh, Darcy's so sweet. But it still made me sad to see. It still made me sad to see that, so I wondered what I could do to help. This will help you remain sober-minded. The world is strange, and there is much to be sad about. Even here, of course. But there is no better way to face this sadness than to be prepared. That is all this is. Darcy's still best nun. She held the little vessel out to me. Wow. She's even got the little bottle in her hand. I took it from her and gingerly took a sip. It was surprisingly thick, although it didn't taste as bad as I had imagined. Maybe the mentha helped after all. Darcy beamed at me and took the bottle back from me, filling it up and closing it with a stopper before passing it back to me. Some more for later if you fancy. I don't feel any different. These edibles ain't shit. Oh! It'll take a little bit, but I'm sure it will relax you before tonight. Oh, that would be nice. Will you be joining us in the Misericorde as well? Not tonight. I will be busy with other things. Oh, so she's just giving us our little pre-game. Man. The odds were increasing that I would have to deal with Angela in a social setting that... They are not fucking inviting Angela! Girl, are you kidding me? They are not inviting Angela! The idea... Girl, use your brain! They are not inviting Angela! The idea was not relaxing in the slightest and actively worked against whatever Darcy's potion might have been doing for me at that very moment. You will have fun. You will feel like a real member of the Abbey after tonight, I reckon. This is not going to be some sort of hazing, is it? Goodness, no. That was the pranks. Right. I got you good. True enough, true enough. Well, no, she got you good. As in... She was the flaming horseman, girl. She got you good. She smiled at me once more and then ushered me out of her dorm. I do not mean to rush you, but I have some work to do. Oh, not at all. Thank you for the tincture. I hope it serves you well. I gave a little nod of thanks and hurried out of the room. There was yet some time to while away before it would be appropriate to head to the Misericorde. I decided I would hole up in my dorm and calm myself with some reading. Me with video games. A splendid idea. Until I realized that I currently had no books in the room save for one. I really should have asked the superior to move my collection out of the cell and into my dormitory. Medea simply wouldn't do for now. I felt a little apologetic. Of course, I still appreciated the gift Catherine had given me by transcribing the play for me. I think they're two different things. Like, the Misericorde is the room, but there's also a knife called a Misericorde with an E. Probably not the same type that, was stabbed through the nun, but... there's definitely like a double talk here, and I think it's purposeful. But I was not sure that it was something that would help me feel any less tense at this moment. I needed something like... Oh my god. Ecclesiastes. How do you say this, Dan? Ecclesiastes. Thank you, Dan. I need something like Ecclesiastes, not a story about a pagan woman murdering her children. You didn't even get to the part where she feeds them to her husband. You gotta keep reading. I laid down on the bed and held the little bottle Darcy had given me up in the air. I rotated it in my fingers and stared at it. There were no words on it, but I was still trying to read it, I think. If that makes any sense at all. I could feel the cool glass getting warmer between my fingertips. If I ran my thumb over the cork, I could sense just how much rougher the cork was than the bottle. The longer I did it, the easier it would be to notice the sounds the bottle made as well. The gentle sloshing of the liquid inside. The way the stopper brushed against my skin. It absorbed me, utterly. I wondered if, perhaps, Darcy's concoction was working after all. After several minutes, I was so engrossed in the patterns of light dancing through the dark green bottle, I scarcely had room in my mind to think about anything else. Do you ever do that? Feel an object every which way until it feels like everything? I don't have any more of that tincture in me, but I still try from time to time. Lectio Divina. The sacred act of rereading and repeating a single line of scripture over and over until it almost feels meaningless, until the words are just sounds and the letters are just shapes. That is how I spent many of my days and nights in my cell, breaking through all stray thoughts and bypassing all frivolous interpretations of the word, and simply living inside the true meaning of it, reaching understanding through feeling rather than language. For a moment, I was that little bottle. We are getting started in the Misericorde now. I just thought I'd tell you as early as possible in case you planned on being fashionably late. Coming! The clarity that I had been enjoying burst like a bubble, and I was thrown right back into nervous anticipation. I rose from the bed and did my best to straighten out my robe. While doing so, the tincture fell from my trembling fingers. Luckily, it didn't shatter. It bounced once and then rolled around the cold floor, making a cold twinkling noise. Are you all right in there? Yes, sorry, I just dropped something. I scrambled to pick the bottle up, unsure if it was some contraband I would get in trouble for holding if Catherine, or worse, Angela, saw. Plus, I was so nervous. The tincture is now safely in hand and... Oh no! I uncorked it and downed the second dose. It was cool, pleasant, and minty, and I could practically feel myself physically relaxing. Uh-oh! It was like the cold concoction was replacing the black bile that ran in my blood with something else, something much more agreeable. I slapped my own cheeks to bring out some color and shivered all over. I was ready. I opened the door to meet Catherine, who was leaning against the door frame, examining her fingernails. You look significantly less terrible than the first time I collected you like this. I feel quite good, actually. Hold still. She stood up straight and licked her thumb as she had once before. This time I was prepared. She rubbed it against my forehead, undoubtedly attending to some wayward bit of hair poking out from underneath my cap. There we are. Not bad. We'll make a little princess out of you yet. I simply smiled. Catherine turned on her heel and strode out of the dorms, and I followed close behind into the hall. As we passed the library, the door opened a crack. Is it time already? Wow, Eustace, you haven't had a line all day. Dang. Is it time already? Indeed it is. Are you coming tonight? Not tonight. I'm very busy. That's a shame. You can tell me all about it next time you're here to chronicle. Have fun. I suddenly remembered something important I'd been meaning to ask Eustace. In my miserable stupor, I had completely forgotten to ask her about Darcy's vision. I leaned forward to speak quietly, aware that the others behind me were watching. Still, it wasn't as if Darcy's visions were a secret. Oh, before you go, I was meaning to ask, could I read some of your notes about Darcy's visions sometime in the near future? No. Really? I'd find them ever so interesting. She said I should ask you about them, and I'm saying no. Have a nice night, Hedwig. Damn, okay. She closed the door firmly. It is rather a pity she's not coming. She can be quite fun with enough wine in her. You know what? I bet. Miss, I can kill every duck. I bet she'd be great at parties. Anyway. In here. Catherine opened the door to the Misericorde and held it open for me, ushering me in as if she were a deckhand on a gangway. Inside the room was a round table, rather different from the one in the rectory. It was clearly quite old, it was full of pockmarks and dents. Some parts of it were shiny, but others were quite dull. Various mismatched chairs were haphazardly placed around the table, as well as a couple next to the fireplace at the far end of the room. There were no windows currently. Light was being provided by the hearth, as well as a large candelabra in the corner nearest the door. Well, here we are. Hello, Hedwig. Hello, dear. Welcome, welcome. There were two other figures I could see tending to the fire. The smaller one on the left I deduced was Flora. The one on the right, unfortunately... Angela was there? Why did they invite her? Oh no. Maybe she like barged her way in. Angela. Goodness, it's been a while since I've seen you in here. Oh my god. Angela cannot leave her alone even her first time in the Misericorde. Yes, well, some of us have better things to do than spend every possible night reveling. Oh, good. We're getting prickly before any drinks have been poured. This should be fun. Give it a rest, you two. Surely you can be nice to each other for one night. Of course. We wouldn't want to leave Hedwig with the wrong impression, would we? Oh my god, girl. I agree. We can't let her leave without recognizing what a shrew you can be. Oh! Catherine! What? I was agreeing with dear Sister Angela. Can we at least declare a temporary truce? For Hedwig's sake? I'm willing. Tonight, we fight! Why are you even here? Now you're just being childish. No, just curious. Are you intending to spoil things for the newcomer? Am I spoiling things currently? Oh, here we go. You're very good at this game. Oh, hell! I jumped. It barely registered with me at first that this exasperated growl had come from Sister Charity. Sister Charity? You're both as bad as each other. Stuff it for one night. You can bicker on your own time, but me and everyone else are here to have a nice, relaxing evening, and you're bloody well not going to ruin it. Sit down. Shut your gobs. Drink and make merry. Or else. Damn, okay. Drink and make merry or else, nuns. It's lovely to see you here, Hedwig. I smiled. I wasn't as rattled as I probably should have been. Maybe it was Darcy's concoction. Or perhaps seeing Catherine and Angela at each other's throats had awoken a slightly unsavory sense of curiosity within me. I'm happy to be here. That's good. This'll be fun. Right, Catherine? That's right. I must admit, even with my newfound courage, and despite how amusing it was watching her spar with Catherine, Angela's presence made me slightly uneasy. Since only half of the sisters could occupy the Misericorde, I had been hoping, perhaps assuming given her personality, the odds of missing her were in my favor. That's what I thought too. Damn. Alas, alas! Marta and I brought up some of the good wine earlier, and I believe Darcy is cooking something especially for the meal. The meal? We just ate. It'll be a bit later on. Besides, you'll want some. I should resist, but the call of red meat is too strong. I opened my mouth to protest. The rule of Saint Benedict strictly prohibited red meat. I mean, nowadays, how do people feel about red meat? I don't think I ever have met a Catholic who didn't eat a steak, you know? Before I remembered that in this room, the rule had no say. A touch circuitous, if I must say so myself. The rule states that nothing should be preferred over the Holy Office. The works we did and the hours we observed. Or is this just a nun thing? Is this just a nun thing? And not like an all Catholics thing? And yet, here in this place, it's a nun thing. Okay. I know nothing. So, thanks for the clarification. So, I did not know nuns weren't supposed to eat things with 4 legs. And yet here, this place was offering a sanctuary for everyone to do nothing but prefer worldly things. At this point, I had lost count of all the infractions this abbey had made on the rule of Saint Benedict. Poor Darcy. She's really very busy, isn't she? You don't know either, but when they talked about the rule of Saint Benedict before, it's all about nun rules. Good observation. I think Eustace or Moira is helping tonight. And it's a bit less complicated than supper. It's just meat and heat, more or less, isn't it? I am sure there is an art to it, as there is to all things. Wise as always. Charity then ushered me to sit down at the table. There were several mugs and a very large wineskin resting in the middle of the table. There was also a full cask next to the table on the floor that I had not noticed previously. They're getting crunk! It was a little smaller than the fat barrels I had seen stacked in the cellar, but nevertheless, that's a lot of wine. And thank God for that! You have plenty of us here to help finish it, don't you worry. Yes, don't feel like you need to drink it all. I'll have what she doesn't have. You are going to watch yourself. I won't hear the end of it from the superior if you lose your if you go on a bender. To the child, Yeah, let's not let the child have me a wine drinker? A little? I have family that knows, like, all the, like, intricacies of wine, but, I was never taught terribly much about... I know, so I have, like, general knowledge, but, wine's fine. I could go for wine. The 4-legged animal thing sounds like kosher food rules, but that's Judaism, not Christianity. But they both read the Old Testament, right? We don't have any wine in the house. All we have right now is gin. Yeah, that's true. We don't have any wine in the house. I think I probably drink beer more often than wine just because it's easy and cheaper. I feel like it's easier for me to pick out a beer I'll like than a wine I'll like. That's probably what it is. Also, it's in a smaller container. I'm not really like a huge drinker, so sometimes I'm like reluctant to buy a bottle of wine because I don't know if I'll finish it. But with like a bottle of beer, it's like, yeah, I'll just drink it, you know? It's a reasonable amount. Well, Dan, that's because you don't like beer. Not really a thing except Japanese blood plum wine. Umeshu is a completely different beast. The first thing I ever got drunk on was Japanese plum wine. Umeshu is dangerous. Like, especially if you go to a place where they'll like put it in a pitcher, you're in danger. Yeah. Tastes soapy to you? That's fair, I guess. I have trouble with rum, so like, and whiskey, so everybody's got their liquor preferences, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dan. You don't like beer, but there might be a wine you like, so. All right. Margaret patted Charity on the shoulder and then took a seat. I could see a shelf in the corner of the room near the fireplace. It was rather unkempt and loaded with various mismatched objects. I could see books of different sizes stacked haphazardly atop each other. Little chess pieces, and a lute fighting for space. Oh, what, Dan? There were bits of fabric and what looked like a full robe stuffed in between these bits and bobs as well. So, are there any plans for the evening? I hope not. Flora in the corner, blocked by chat. A little bit of everything, dear. But most importantly, a lot of nothing. Not the alcoholic Mountain Dew that made you sick. I haven't even seen that. Did it get banned? That's the idea anyway. Ah, I see. That's fair. That's fair. Hey, if you ever you gotta be like these nuns. You need to eat a meal with all your drinking. Gotta get that red meat. Just like the nuns in Misericorde. Don't drink on an empty stomach. I had done a lot of nothing by myself in my cell. I missed it dearly, but I was curious what these women found so exciting about it. Fruit lambics. They send fruit through the beer making process. That sounds good as heck. I already like beer that have a fruit flavor. I've had some like orange flavored like wheat beers before that I really like. That sounds good as heck. Ooh, thank you. I have it on my Google tab. I think I have had something like this before, but I've never seen it called lambic. I think I've had a raspberry one. Maybe it wasn't a lambic. I think it was probably still beer. But, interesting. I missed it dearly, but I was curious what these women found so exciting about it. That's the best bit of any holiday, isn't it? Doing nothing. You're not wrong, dear Flora, but don't tell the superior I said so. Catherine picked up the wineskin and began depositing drink into the cups. Now, make sure your elders get some before it's gone. I wouldn't dream of depriving you, Charity. Catherine handed her the next mug. That's right. Catherine is always grateful to not be the eldest in the room. What does that mean? That was actually quite good. I was merely surprised that Angela was able to come up with something so witty. Pour me one next. I get the feeling I'm going to need it. Just a small one for me to start, I think. Nonsense. She handed me a full mug. So, are you going in strict order of age? She must be. I haven't gotten a drink yet. Hydrate, I need that, thank you. Thank you. Hydrating with water, not wine. I'd have to change the warning on the stream. Drinking water! Water! I haven't gotten a drink yet. Hedwig is younger than I am, so no. Bold of you to admit. Not as biting the second time. Charity goes first. Got hers first because she is our beloved and respected elder. Today we learn you can't buy hard Mountain Dew in Canada. Margaret got second since she asked so nicely. Hedwig was next because she is a new guest and would have been second if Margaret hadn't requested so forcefully. Sorry, Hedwig. No offense taken. Next, I don't know, why not Adela? There you are. I very graciously will go last as I am pouring the drinks. Which leaves Flora and Angela, which, let's see, I will give Flora hers first to prove once and for all that I am not discriminating against her youth. I only hope that Angela will accept this decision and not see it as a slight against her. I assure her there is no such ulterior motive. Can you just give us the fucking wine? Okay, 16-year-old. Language! She finished pouring the drinks and passed them to Flora and Angela, neither of whom looked particularly amused. Margaret was thoroughly enjoying herself, though. Thank you. Indeed. Now, Hedwig, tell us what you think of this wine. It's a fair bit nicer than the stuff we typically have throughout the day. It has real flavor. I took a tentative sip and was surprised to find that I recognized the taste instantly. Oh, I've had this before, actually. Girl, shut up! Shut up, that was in the Mother Superior's office. Don't reveal that. How? Oh dear. I couldn't say, actually, but I'm sure someone must have brought it to me with a meal at some point. Perhaps on Christmas. Oh, yes. That sounds like something Catherine II might do. Nice save! Nice save! She knew her wines, that one. Oh, spectacular save. 10 out of 10. Ooh, Canada's hard regulations on that kind of thing. Here, in Canada, there is 0 loco. Deception check successful. She knew her wines, that one. She knew more about it than most here do, yes. Are you and Marta still fighting about the sherry? I came here to do a job. I have nothing against Sister Marta, but I wish she would let me do it. I know. I can't do anything about that, though. Adela huffed and nodded, sipping her drink. This is good. I'm 0 loco. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not as good as I could help make, but it is very good. What's different about sherry, Sister Adela? Don't get her started. It is a better fermentation process. The end product is sweeter. That's hard to believe, given what I tasted. I mean, I do believe you, just, you know. Oh, she is? Hey, look at this! Hedwig is being real! Calming down and actually, like, being real with these girls. She did need this. It should not be tasted halfway through being made. Does the painter show their client their work before they have painted a face? Does the chef deliver a half-cooked meal? She's got a point. Of course, I'm more just, impressed. I was asked to come here and help shepherd a batch of sherry. The first one was a complete disaster because instructions were not followed. Now I'm trying to correct this with the second batch, but I am facing the same resistance. Marta is very protective of her work. I think she does not like me. I think she does not want some Iberian dirtying up her project. She stuck her finger in her drink and violently wiggled it around to emphasize her point. I had to duck to dodge flecks of wine. I promise you it isn't as bad as all that. She just... I think it might be exactly as bad as that. Sister Marta's... I mean, not... She has no other reason to get in my way. She treats me like a child, too. It might just be an age thing. Ha! I very much doubt it. She does not see me as Spanish. Margaret, Marta doesn't treat you any differently than anyone else, does she? Oh, crumbs. No, it's fine. It's just that if I say no, that might not actually indicate what you're hoping it does. Charity looked as if she were trying to decode a particularly difficult puzzle. Margaret smiled, perhaps humorlessly, and sipped her drink. Have you seen any more ghosts, Hedwig? Ghosts? Oh, no, I have not. I feel like ghost talk around here has dropped significantly recently. Hedwig's goat-hating swordsman excluded, of course. Thank goodness for that. It's all rubbish. Oh, I don't know about that. You don't have to get to be my age without seeing a few queer things here and there. I've seen... Flora's like, I've seen some ghosts. There's at least one on this floor alone, I reckon. Yes! I have heard them too! It's a shame Darcy isn't here. She always has plenty to say on this subject. I bet she does. Well, you can ask her when she brings the beef. Perhaps out in the hall where the rest of us won't be subjected to such nonsense. I seem to recall somebody asking for an escort to the privy at night just in case she encountered something. That's just common wisdom. Ooh, they got Angela. That has nothing to do with spirits or fairies or any such fantasy. There are bears or strange men. Bears? Yes, bears.
Tigers?
There are bears around here? No. Absolutely not. Not that I've ever seen. I've seen a bear up close once, but that was before I ended up here. I have too. They are very cute, but quite dangerous. At any rate, there are no bears anywhere near here. They don't live in England, or Scotland, or Ireland. I cannot believe I am being treated like a fool for worrying about bears, whilst you are all entertaining the notion of ghosts wandering our halls. Well, if they don't live here... Not naturally, of course, but kings and nobles and other such rich men keep them for sport. They import them from Bohemia. So, you think some nobleman is gonna sick a bear on you while you're on your way to the toilet? You are trying far too hard to make me sound hysterical. Bears are strong and crafty creatures. One could easily slip loose and escape into the woods. Too bad Eustace isn't here to say she'd fight every bear.
She would not be able to fight every bear.
It only takes 2 to proliferate. You cannot tell me this has not happened. There was nothing but silence for a moment. Then suddenly everyone erupted with laughter. Bears! Proliferating! Watch out! And they cannot stand women pissing at night. Grow up. You... You must admit, Angela, it sounds a bit ridiculous. Far-fetched, at least. It is nonsense! Angela, I am surprised. I had no idea. Oh, Bohemia is such a scandal. Scandal in Bohemia. I had no idea you were worried about this. Well, I apologize for not wanting to risk being torn in half by a vicious beast or violated by some murderous cur at night. After all, only half of these things have happened here, so why not worry about that? So why worry about either? Ooh, Angela got a point. Everybody quieted down at that. Hi, what'd I miss? Ooh, we're at a drinking party in the one room in the convent where you can, like, have a party. And then, somebody just brought up the fact that somebody got murdered. And ruined the mood. Just now. Also, Darcy may have given, Hedwig some happy juice. Angela. Not in here. No. I think there's no better place to talk about it. The silence came back. This time, it felt like the very air had been sucked out of the already stuffy room. Everyone was looking in different directions. I could hear heavy, deep breaths. Time for meat. What timing, Darcy? Time for meat indeed. Adela stood up and strode over to the door, unlatching it and holding it open so that Darcy could lumber in, carrying a massive platter of food. Everyone sort of shuffled awkwardly to move the cups and wineskin out of the way. Darcy plunked the platter down and dusted her hands off with a satisfied expression on her face. You have beef and lamb and a bit of pork here. Coated in a special sauce and cooked to perfection over a roaring fire by yours truly. Why is everybody so glum? We're just hungry, Darcy. Thank you. Darcy's nigh impervious smile flickered just a little. Thanks, Goda. I know, right? Alright, then. Well, enjoy. Aren't you going to have some? Aren't you going to have some? Oh, I'm not allowed. Not outside of the Misericorde, but no, but you're here now. Even seeing Darcy's mouth twitch was heartbreaking enough that I felt compelled to do whatever I could to make her feel better. Oh. He's like, oh no, Darcy must protect. Luckily, she took to my logic quite well. I suppose I am, aren't I? There are too many people in here. Oh, for Pete's sake, Angela! You go and stand outside while she eats, then. Angela's chair scraped violently against the stone floor. I couldn't help but wince. She can stay. Have a good night, everyone. Oh, you weren't gonna grill them any more than that on the dead body? This was the chance for some recon. See how people react? A touch dramatic, Sister Angela. Hedwig? Yes, Sister Angela? Nothing. Not now. I won't spoil your evening. With that, she swept herself out of the room. All eyes turned to Darcy. Let's go, Darcy! Who was blissfully munching on a small piece of meat hanging off a bone. Oh, I couldn't possibly stay, sorry. Busy tonight. She finished her snack and then licked her fingers. Enjoy. Have a good night, Darce. Indeed. Darcy excused herself from the room. Margaret followed behind her to latch the door shut again, and then turned around to face the rest of the sisters. Well. Should one of us flag Eustace down, perhaps? She is also busy tonight. Hedwig and I stopped in on her on the way here. Moira? Marta? Marta's probably asleep by now. Well, it's one of those two. Or the soup. Could you imagine? Where is Moira at the moment? I believe she is usually in the library or reading in her dorm at this hour. Imagine, yeah. She'll be in her dorm then. Eustace seemed in no mood for visitors. Flora, would you be a dear? I just started eating. I'm only asking you to go down the hall. The food'll still be here when you get back. Will it? I've seen you lot eat before. Now. Cheeky little... I don't know. She kinda got you. I'm going. This was certainly not as relaxing as I had been led to believe. That being said, I was feeling surprisingly confident. I think perhaps I was even finding some relief in the fact that this particular spat had unfolded without me in the center of it. In fact, I was barely involved in the kerfuffle at all. Charity forced a smile. Well, best not let things get cold. There was a murmur of approval from the others. We all moved our chairs slightly closer to the overflowing platter of sugared meat. I do not understand why Angela is so cruel. I am positive she has gotten worse as well. She has always been an insufferable coxcomb. Must we drag it all out? She's left. No use quarreling with someone who's not even here. To be fair, Charity, Hedwig is here because Angela overheard you two grousing about her. Is she? Yes, well, that's different. It's not fair if you get to have all the fun. Well, I was under the impression that Angela wanted to come tonight to apologize to Hedwig for her behavior. Oh, so that's what she wanted to talk to Hedwig about. Ha! That does seem a bit far-fetched. No, it's true. I apologized to her for my outburst, and she agreed to apologize to Hedwig for her roughness. Is that true, Sister Charity? This did stretch credulity, but I was curious. Angela's barbed words had wrapped around me so tightly, even the slightest bit of slack was a relief. Of course. On condition that you also apologized, I think. A fresh start for all of us. I have nothing to apologize to that woman for. Well, not a thing. Well, if she wants an apology, I am obliged to hear what she has to say and do my best to make amends. Catherine's upper lip curled harder than I'd ever seen it curve before. Ooh, some vileness here. She will hang whatever complaint she has over your head for the rest of your life, apology or no. Believe me, I've been there. Really? Oh, yes. I've done that song and dance for her. She just enjoys watching people squirm. How cruel. She wasn't always like this. I do not care. It's true, though. It's a shame. What happened? If I knew, things might look a little different. So Margaret's been here for a hot minute. It has certainly gotten worse since Catherine II passed on. That's true for all of us. And she got along with Angela worse than I do. Oh, I can imagine. This was difficult to imagine, but it was very interesting indeed. No, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it, Hedwig. I can imagine. Why is that? It's actually a bit funny. I remember them getting along very well, to be honest. They were friendly at one point, but I mostly remember them clashing. So, Hedwig, I'd mentioned to you before that Catherine II loved foisting projects and hobbies on us. I remember. Well, for a while it was... Should we say this? For a while it was bawdy literature. Let's go! She was giving them all the steamy romance novels and the medieval AO3. Let's go! Body. What? Fablio, as it were. Oh, I don't know that word. You mean love poems? Oh my god, not even that body, just like Shakespeare. I mean, like, I think this is probably before Shakespeare, if barely, but you mean love poems? Romantic writing? No. Well, perhaps. Oh no, they mean body. Okay. Have you really never read any? Of course not! I'm afraid I've had nothing quite so ribald in my cell. They can certainly be romantic, although I think they are more concerned with the fruits of romance? A particular part of romance. The intercourse. Oh wait, no, Catherine's like the intercourse. The fucking... Thanks, Margaret! Thank you, Margaret! There's some dirty bits in the Bible. That's all she had to deal with. Fabliaux. A short metrical tale made popular in medieval France by the jongleurs, or the professional storytellers. Fabliaux were categorized by vivid detail and realistic observation, and were usually comic, coarse, and often cynical, especially in their treatment of women. Oh god. About 150 Fabliaux are extant. Oh, well, today I learned. I nearly choked on the bit of lamb I was eating. You were all reading that sort of thing here. Oh dear. Her wheels are coming off. It's really quite common for monks to write this sort of thing. It helps ease tensions, I suppose. And Catherine II thought, why not us? Yeah, she was for equality. If the monks were reading stuff like this, then so can the nuns. It might be a healthy exercise. For what purpose? For the fun of it. Purely for the thrill. God knows we're not allowed to have any fun in here. That's not true. Not that kind. Hedwig, dearie, it really is not that strange. After a few more weeks, you'll probably realize just how little there is to do. Charity, she grew up in a room. It was something new and entertaining the girls were interested in. One of the books of poetry in the Old Testament is just a body love poem. Yeah, but that's like one, right? But good to know, good to know. Right. Well, I understand. But fornicatio autem et omnis immuniditia ad avaritia nec nominetur in vobis sicut decet sanctos. Yes, we've studied a bit of the Bible here and there, actually. Sorry, I just don't see how writing that sort of thing is appropriate for women of our station. They were writing. Oh, they were on that AO3. Oh. The sisters all looked at each other with slightly concerned expressions, like, you're gonna stomp on our fun saying nuns shouldn't write on AO3, The confidence I brought into the room with me was rapidly draining. Oh, you're making them feel ashamed! Popcorn! Thank you, Dan. Yay, popcorn. I felt like I had accidentally cast myself as an outsider to be scorned once again. Well, we endeavored to keep most of it in here. It is the Misericorde, after all. Come on, Hedwig! We're eating red meat. The rule of Saint Benedict might wane in here, but this sounds more like purely biblical instructions being broken. Hedwig, the gentlest and most pious monk I ever had the pleasure of working with, years and years ago now. He used to write beer recipes in the margins of his Bibles. And I remember meeting him for the first time delivering food to a village that had come down with the plague. He told the most outrageous jokes I'd ever heard in my life, and I could hardly walk from laughing. All while risking ourselves to help the diseased and dying. Do we deserve hell for a few bawdy japes? Well... This was not an argument worth having. It depends on the jokes, I would think. Everyone else laughed. I was stunned by Catherine's ability to say the exact words I wanted to say with the exact opposite meaning. Tell us one! Yes, go on. Well, alright. As long as Hedwig is quite alright with it. I smiled meaninglessly. I felt like a bear showing off my teeth. Please, don't hold back on my account. A trial by fire for dear Hedwig. Very well, here it is.
Chat.
Oh, Nero.
Say hello to Nero.
Nero! Hi, Nero! Nero's being brought before the... Oh, he just did a little paw bap on the microphone.
Say hello.
He's so quiet.
He's not saying.
Chat said hello, Nero!
Nero.
He told me about a nun he had worked with before who had been a midwife, much like myself. Before she joined her convent, she had been assisting her lady with a particularly tough birth. The poor thing just could not get out. The midwife took a look between her lady's legs, and the lady said, "Oh, what if it comes out of the other hole? I forget which road my husband took." Oh my god. The others erupted in raucous laughter. Catherine was practically doubled over. Damn. I don't get it. Oh no, Hedwig! 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 Think about it. What do roads have to do with it? Babes typically come out of the, you know. Yes, that much I know, thank you. I actually wasn't sure you would, so that's a relief. Is that in the Bible? I am capable of a fair amount of deduction on my own. I may have spent a long time in a cell, but I'm not a complete fool. That's fair, that's fair. So, you have a rough outline of how it all works. Yes. Well, there you go then. All of the pieces are within your grasp. So... Oh. Oh no. She got there! How does that... Why? Does that work? No, that is the joke. So the joke was that her husband was quite stupid and, well, or... That's very possible, but that's not the thrust of it, no. Think harder, Sister Hedwig. I was rescued by the sound of this door swinging open. Oh my god. Found her. Hello, everyone! You lot ate all that while I was gone? There's still plenty of food. Not the thrust of it, I know, right? What took you so long? What took you so long? Couldn't find her. Sorry for giving you the runaround. I ran into Darcy and was chatting with her, and then I went for a walk in the garden. Could Angela not make it? She got her fill of the attention she wanted. Let's not get back into it. No, I could talk about it all night. That's the problem. Fair enough. Well, now that we're back up to fighting strength, what to do? Should we play a game? I would love to play some chess. Later. I'm not feeling particularly strategic yet. She reached for the wineskin and poured herself a generous refill. I'll get there, I'm sure. Well, since Angela isn't here to complain about them any longer, how about some ghost stories? You'll like that, Hedwig. Oh, right. While navigating through my personal doldrums for the past few days, I had completely forgotten what my reputation among the sisters currently was. Not only was I a mousy, prudish, trembling little creature, an estimation I could at least agree with, I had stumbled into giving off the impression of a spirit-chasing prankster. It did not suit me. Oh, well, I don't know. They give me the shivers. That's the point. Precisely. I will tell you all my story. Oh, must we talk about this? I was hoping we could all talk about something a little more fun. Oh, but this is fun. Oh, dear. It was just this summer that I decided to take in some fresh air atop the Abbey wall. I wandered through the halls I was not familiar with, trying to find the stairs. All alone in a mysterious portion of this abbey, I found the door I was looking for. When I saw that the tail end of another's robe in front of me, I pursued the unknown figure. When I emerged into the light of day, there was not a soul to be seen. Woo! Huh. Fascinating. And this was in broad daylight? Maybe the sun blinded you. This does seem a touch flimsy. I know what I saw. At first a person was there, and then that person was not there. That's a terrible ghost story. Oh, is it? Then perhaps you would like to share a better one? Sure, I've got one. I saw someone outside the Superior's window late at night. It was you! Oh no! I was there and then I was not there. I'm just really fast. That's all, I guess. There was no one else in the room. Just a creepy figure in the bushes. Does that really count as a story? It absolutely does not. No panache whatsoever. Oh, I forgot to mention that they had horns. And really scary glowing eyes. There we go. Whoa! Oh no! That's a little scarier. Then who was phone? Maybe build a little suspense first, though. Whatever. I think adding those details just makes the story more unbelievable. Why were you in the Superior's office at night, Flora? Yes, speaking of unbelievable details, that door locks tight. And how would you know that? Oh, got her. Look, she took my charcoal away because I was scribbling with it during service, okay? Enough. Let me weave you all a tale of true terror. Look out, everyone. She's gonna tell us how old she really is. Flora, be nice. It's an auto lock. We're gonna have a locked room mystery. Some of us were saving that exact joke for whatever charity spoke up next. Now, I'm not too proud to be honest about my age. I'm 65 and quite happy with my station. Girl, you're looking great. Of course. Well, I can always wait until Marta tries to tell a ghost story. We have a rough estimate for her at least. Damn! Marta was probably there when the white ship sank. Well done for the Middle Ages, right? Everyone else guffawed. I might have joined in to be nakedly truthful. Ooh. But now my tale. I was approaching these very doors late one night. I had been for a nighttime stroll, and the torches had just been lit. The wind was such that they kept flickering. It was difficult to see, and strange shadows danced across the floor. Suddenly, I realized that one of the shadows in front of me was no shadow at all. And not only that, I swear to you that when I bravely took one step forward... Ah! Oh no, it's that thing in Undertale! I saw the face of Death himself! Well, have I sufficiently rattled you all? Eep. Not bad. It's a boa. This is a Yume Nikki. Masterful, Sister Catherine. I cannot pretend otherwise. Let me tell you a tale of true terror. Once upon a time, I was an innocent babe, untouched by the evil. Then one day, I was forced to participate in a nearly 2-year-long tradition where I suffered every Thursday. Ah, yes. No. Gooby Neko Thursday. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The thingies that Sans shoots. The Sans Gaster laser beam things. You will never recover. Okay, Ronove. The Gaster Blasters, yeah. That's what it reminded me of. When was this, Catherine? Oh, I don't know the exact date. A month or 2 months ago, perhaps 2 months ago. That might have been me. What? Impossible. I do seem to remember running into you in the hall one night when the torches were flickering in the wind like that. If that is true. Why didn't you say hello? I tried. Bet you had already run away. Well, fancy that. That's not. No, I think this was probably a different night. Well, that's the most believable one yet. Aside from mine. You've been a bit quiet, Hedwig. Do you have a good one to share? Ooh, the one with the book. The one with the book. Me? Oh, no, I've just been so captivated by all yours so far. Hedwig's ghost story is one I won't soon forget, though. She conjures up quite an image. An excellent skill for a chronicler. Too right. It's nothing, really. I hoped none of them had read any of my actual, decidedly sparse writing yet. Well, if Hedwig is passing, Margaret? Hedwig's heard mine. I was helping clean in the kitchen one evening. Darcy had finished up, but there was the pot. Wait. Had I? I think I skipped a line. Oh. Nope, that's fine. There was a pot I wanted to give another good scouring before putting it away. So there I was, all alone in the workshop, when I heard a strange sound. The light had started to fade, and I hadn't thought to bring a candle. Oh, Dan. The fading light of dusk through the window was all I had. Ooh, that's the real ghost story. I crept towards where I thought I heard the sound. And I saw a pair of eyes. Not only that, there was another creature present as well. One with a terrible visage. All I could make out was a hideous maw and some truly evil eyes. Oh, that is spooky. Oops. Ah! Not that jump scare. I hightailed it out of there, I have to confess. It was Nero! Oh my god. Nero doesn't have... Oh, I guess if Nero made a really weird face, he could look like that. Goodness. That is an upsetting story. In the kitchen? Crumbs! I frowned. No! Hey! Welcome in, Pop Cubs! Welcome, Pop Cubs! What's up? Were you playing more Minecraft? Let me shout you out. If nobody else does. Let me get you. Pop Cubs, I hope you had a wonderful time. Yeah, you were playing Minecraft. Yay! Welcome, Pop Cubs. Well, I'm don't usually look like this, but hold on, everybody. Hello. I'm Katie. I'm Sister Katie today because I'm playing a nun game. Misericorde, a nun visual novel. And you caught us right in the middle of spooky stories. So there's the Misericorde. Oh, name of the game. Inside the convent where the rules are relaxed a little bit and the nuns are letting loose. So they're telling ghost stories right now. Ooh, right in the middle of our ghost stories. So, anyway, if you don't know me, I'm PodaKatie. I'm undiscovered species of land slug, although I don't look too much like it right now, except for my little feelers. But I've known No for a very long time, and No also rigged my beautiful model. So, welcome in, Pop Cubs. And if any of you need to wind down for the night, I totally get it. But if you want to stick around for some ghost stories, although this might take a turn at any point because this is also a nun murder mystery, and we're supposed to be asking some questions about trying to figure out who if there's any who we can trust among the nuns, right? Things could take a turn for the weird at any moment, but right now we're telling ghost stories. And thank you. And everybody follow No if you haven't already. All right, so we got... Margaret had told me a variation. You were doing the Minecraft event. Who among us can we trust? Yeah. Now we conveniently have half the suspects in here in case you need alibis for something that is yet to happen. Well, there's that. Yes! Nono did such a good job! Everybody loves it when I take a drink of water because my face goes all crazy. In a good way. All right. Again. All right. I'll do it again. All right. Margaret had told me a variation of the story in the chapel. All the sips of water, not the libations these nuns are taking. Oh my gosh. Speak in a cutesy voice for 2 minutes. What a time. Okay, 2 minutes. It seemed to be gathering some embellishments for this larger audience. What do you think you saw? Well, if I had to hazard a guess, perhaps 2 demons having a meeting of some sort? A meeting? What about? I don't know. Perhaps they were arguing about who to eat first. Oh no! How gruesome! Now you're having it on. Maybe, but I did see them. That much is true. The one with the big, horrible teeth. That could have been a Borgist. A what? The big dog? That's the one, although dog isn't quite an apt description. It's a truly terrible creature that haunts old fields and old mowers. Always stalking around and hunting people who wander late at night. It's not quite a hound, moreover, I don't rightly know. A mix of a dog and a goblin, perhaps. Like something out of Inferno. I can only hope that you didn't get a good look at him, Margaret. And why is that? Well, they say if you see him, you're destined to die! Well, I'm not worried. No, why's that? Because I made it all up, you daft old bat! Fake ghost story! How could you do this to us, Margaret? My eyebrows had shot straight up, but Charity didn't seem to mind. The whole room erupted with cackling. Okay, 2 minutes are up. Oh, the cheek on you lot! That counts as your ghost story, I take it? Fake stories send her to jail. I know, right? What the heck? Of course it does. Of course it does. It was very effective. My goodness. I suppose that means it's Moira's turn. Oh, really? Well, I have to think. Something often said before believable stories. Oh, get her, Flora! Look who's talking. I had been waiting for an opportunity to jump into the conversation more actively. Oops. I had been worried that my relative's silence was conspicuous. The banter between the sisters had been so acerbic that I thought my contribution would fit right in. Unfortunately, it seemed that I had missed the mark. Damn! Oh no! She's trying. Huh? Because, you know, yours was really short, and, okay. She may as well have slugged me in the gullet. Oh, this is so real. I looked around the others who seemed to have barely registered our exchange at all. No! I mean, yes, but no, but yes, but no. Presumably, they were all opting to remember this embarrassing outburst forever. Something to gossip about the way they had about Angela earlier. I was often unsure about who I was exactly without the purpose defined by my cell. As an anchoress, I knew exactly what I was meant to do and where I fit into the world. Removed from the cell, I was utterly blind. I tried new attitudes and mimic behaviors to find something that fit me. But all I could hope to amount to was being someone else's private joke. I do have a good story to tell, actually. I think it might count. Do tell. Well, one night, I was walking past the cloister, and a little bit of gravel worked its way into my shoe. Terrifying. Let the woman finish, Flora. It's no problem. I stopped to fish the little rock out of my shoe. I leaned against the wall, and when I looked down, I realized that there were some odd footprints along the path. Odd how? Well, they were not human footprints. They were small and pointed. Pointed? Yes, like hooves. Anyway, the footprints continued away from the cloister. I am made to follow them, but then I saw a strange figure hunched in the doorway. He looked around and his eyes flashed in the moonlight. I was scared witless and ran all the way up the stairs to my room. Creepy. How strange. Darcy does occasionally bring the sheep up the cloister to keep the grass short, though. There was only one set of footprints, though. Maybe they walked single file. Or maybe Darcy was, riding on the sheep. Maybe. That's probably it. Don't let the little gremlin get to you, Moira. It was a fine story. I know it wasn't very, gripping, but, well, how delightfully frightful that was. Everyone raised their cups. The sheep walk single file to hide their numbers. Is that like a survivor, like a survival thing? I followed suit, although I could not keep up with the others when they proceeded to chug the contents of their drinks. Hear, hear. Catherine, would you mind topping me up? Catherine, would you mind topping me up? We continued to eat, chat, and drink for a long while. Oh, Star Wars joke. The food was delicious. The wine... Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise. The wine did a decent job of making me feel warm and pleasant enough to set any worries about my conversational skills aside, too. What was starting to worry me, however, was the matter of how to approach Catherine about James, the stable boy, without raising any suspicions. I would like to play a game. Adela, you're saving us. Actually, I think this is probably a good opportunity to take a little break. I think we'll get... I'm going to take a little break. And then we'll end when we get to the end of the Misericorde sequence. Anyway, I'll be right back. Hey! I needed a moment to enjoy that popcorn. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. I would like to play a game. I would quite like to play a game. This'll be your chance. No, thank you. Ha! You cheat anyway. Hedwig, I forget. Do you know how to play? Oh, Against my better judgment, I gambled. I have been learning now that you mention it. The superior has been teaching me. Ooh, has she now? Lucky you. Well, I think it's a way of acclimating me to things outside of my cell. Everyone here talks about chess so much. More than likely it's her mea culpa for dragging you out of there. I tried to remain calm, but I was gripping my seat so hard I could hear my fingers pop. Oh, poor Hedwig. No, it was my decision to leave. No, it wasn't. Oh. I just felt it was the right thing to do. The superior explained to me that the abbey was in desperate need of a chronicler, and that this would be much quicker than sending word around the country. So, deep down you always wanted out of that horrible little cell? It wasn't horrible! I had to correct myself immediately. I had to stick to my story. But yes, I suppose I did. I understand that to most people, lying comes easily. People do it to stay out of trouble, or to make themselves look stronger or wiser or more interesting to each other. It is a sin, but such is the way of this wicked world. But you must understand that when I was an anchoress, I told a single lie. Here in the Misericorde, committed to the superior's conspiracy. Every falsehood felt like I was spitting a burr out of my mouth. You were quite a mess when I first saw you in there. Well, I wasn't dressing for an audience then, was I? Everyone chuckled. I was quickly learning that making people laugh was the fastest way to steer them away from topics I didn't want them to talk about. Or topics I didn't want to talk about. Your frock is still a bit big for you, I have to say. I think it looks nice. She looks cozy all the time. So, Hedwig, chess? Go on, then. Adela beamed at me and got up to retrieve the chessboard and pieces from the shelf. We playing chess. The still ample platter of meat was pushed to the side of the table to make space. One of the wineskins came dangerously close to falling to the floor before Catherine caught it. That'd be a waste. Too right. Top me up. Ooh. The board was set up, save for 2 pieces. Adela approached me with her hands balled up in fists and held them out to me. Which hand? Why not just let her go first? Give her the white pieces. She's new here and our guest to boot. Nonsense. This is part of the game. Let's see. Your right hand? Adela opened her right hand to reveal a black pawn nestled in her palm. Black it is. Ooh, unlucky. Not at all. Someone must strike first, but that is not necessarily an advantage. When Kerboga struck first at Antioch, he still tasted defeat. Yes, of course. How could any of us forget Kerboga? Kiwa Maldawa Kerboga. Oh wait, I need to stop clicking. Kiwa Maldawa Kerboga rode to Antioch with his men after hearing of a Christian siege. Wait, so the Christians... Didn't the Christians go first then? I think we're dividing very specific battles up into individual chess games here. The crux of the matter is that Sister Hedwig will suffer no disadvantage going second. Questions? Needless to say, Adela trounced me. I felt confident for a move or two. but it became clear quite quickly that I was out of my depth. Well, I think that was not bad for a beginner. You got her in what? 20 moves? That is better than I would expect from a player who only learned what chess is a week or so ago. That is a good point. Hedwig, walk me through your strategy. Well, I don't really know, to tell you the truth. It's a half-piece advantage or something? They don't know the stats? Yeah, what did the stats say? So it is better to go first. And same with go. Well, I don't really know, to tell you the truth. I was mostly just reacting to your moves. Oh, I've been there. Is that so? That'd explain it. Really now. If you are only reacting to me, it's no wonder I won. That would follow, I suppose. I am setting the pace of the whole game. Eventually, you must make your own move. Ooh, it's metaphorical! For equal players, it's better to go first if you're looking to win. But second is better if you're looking to stalemate, you think? In Pokemon TCG Pocket, it's like almost always better to go second. You must force me to react to you. So we just act and react back and forth until somebody wins? I believe that is the game, yes. Catherine. Yes, Hedwig, because we are not competing to see who can make the single best decision. Chess is not just competing to see who can survive the most moves, but to see whose strategy can adapt and overcome everything your opponent throws at you. I think we're becoming Umineko again. It depends on skill level. Statistically, as skill level goes up, the chances of white winning goes up as well. Interesting. So how do the top level dudes decide who goes first? Is it just, like, completely random? And, like, impartial? Like, by computer or something? Two souls locked in a complicated and deadly dance. Pure romance! So I've heard you say. That's very interesting. Thank you. Hedwig, would you mind if I played around? Watching you has got me in the mood to play. Oh, yes, of course. A fine idea, rotating chairs. Who can stay in the victor's seat the longest? Oh, that does sound kind of fun. I can guess. You are welcome to challenge me as well, Sister Flora, if you feel you deserve to dethrone me. Flora rolled her eyes as I got up to offer my seat to Moira. The tight group that had formed around the table to watch Adela and I play scattered somewhat. Margaret walked over to the shelf to peruse the entertainment on offer, and Catherine sat down closer to the fireplace. She brought a wineskin with her and poured herself another cup as soon as she was situated. I craned my neck over Charity's shoulder to try and watch Moira and Adela's game. Found myself surprisingly eager to learn some new tips. However, I was quickly interrupted by Catherine calling from across the room. Hedwig, have a drink with me. Oh, perfect timing! Well, Hedwig, it's now or never. You better ask about it. A stat say 56 to 44. That's not insignificant. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, no! Oh, yes. Of course. I pulled up a chair next to her as she poured me a cup of wine. Now's your chance. You better jump on it. You better jump on it. Ooh, we get a CG of Catherine and everything looking fine. There we are. This is good stuff. It's very flavorful. It's made here, you know? It's the only reason this wretched place exists. The only reason? Surely that's not true. Abbeys are a source of wine and money and absolution for people willing to give them money. Believe me, I'm well acquainted with how these places really work. You and I are very similar, if you can believe it. I do apologize if I've ever made you feel lesser than some of the others. Not at all. I was once like you, alone and confused in a place very different from what I was used to. I get to do that again. I was once like you, alone and confused in a place very different from what I was used to. Of course, you left your position by choice, but nonetheless. And we're actually have more in common than you think. I could not correct her. Especially as this topic had nearly bubbled over very recently. But I wanted to. Desperately. I, on the other hand, was ripped from a perfectly comfortable life for a variety of unjust reasons. You were forced to become a nun? That's not right. I mean, I would choose no other life for myself, but my goodness, you really were locked away for a long time. That is quite common, even if my particular circumstances are outstandingly unfair. It's a very easy way for a family to get rid of a woman they're not fond of. I was once the lady of a great house, which came, of course, with a certain nasty politics of its own. Catherine was a rich girl. In that aspect, it was not all that different from living here. Really. The politicking. Just the politicking. The clothes, the jewels, the freedom. I would put up with the ghastly parlor games to have all that back. I wasn't sure what politicking at the Abbey she was referring to, but this was no time to get hung up on little details. You mean that, girl, you're involved in it! So, what happened? If you don't mind my asking. I stepped on some of the wrong toes in high society, put some noses out of joint, and was accused of some unsavory things I'd rather not repeat. And so I was offered the choice of facing the court and a likely execution for taking the vows. Damn. I chose the latter. At least I can still grab onto the barest threads of life's great pleasures here occasionally. She took a sip out of her drink. She took a deep sip of her drink. That's, well, that just isn't right. A criticism of the church? A criticism of the church. Goodness, we'll make a sea dog of you yet. I didn't say that. But if this happens often, it does sound like some people abuse the concept of the monastery. I know this is just the start, huh? You know, I think shuffling people out of sight might be the concept of the monastery. You haven't forced anyone to take the vows in Crusader Kings 3. You should do that so that you can do that? I guess I shouldn't be shocked. Come now, that can't be true. Monasteries do wonderful things. They're centers of prayer, research, and rigorous academic study, and we help those in need. It's an important calling. Do we do any of that here? How many people in need do we help. All the way up on this hill. There isn't another village for miles. And the fine folk of Linbarrow would have to trek up a mountain to get here. Perhaps Linbarrow Tor Abbey is more of a monastery for... A good way to narrow down the prospective heirs. Ooh, I see. More of a monastery for prayer and learning and so on. President company excluded, of course, but I don't think much earnest prayer emanates from these halls. Nor do I think we are likely to be responsible for any academic or scholarly pursuits of note anytime soon. Catherine II would have argued otherwise, of course. She desperately wanted all of us to have amusing little projects. She was constantly pursuing some sort of greatness, whether for herself or the whole abbey. What did she want for you? She desperately wanted me to get to act in one of her little performances. She said I had a natural disposition for it. Did you ever take her up on it? Once or twice. I did not hate it, but acting for an audience of just a few other nuns didn't give me much satisfaction. I could see her being an actress. Still, that sounds very sweet. I should have liked to have watched one of those performances. You are too sweet. Too kind. We'll beat that out of you eventually. She chuckled dryly and reached for the wineskin to pour herself another cup. But now that she's gone, the only product of note here is the wine. And when Marta eventually pops it, grim I know, but I'm just being realistic, that'll be the last of any worth this place had gone. And when the wine dries up, so will we. Speaking of, she took the wineskin and flopped it back and forth unceremoniously. Is that one dead? Goodness, you made me jump. Sorry. I was just coming over to see if you wanted another. Oh, you are positively angelic. Margaret grinned ever so slightly and began pouring out a much fuller-looking wineskin than the deflated lump Catherine was holding. I noticed that Catherine was beginning to look a little rosy in the cheeks. I felt dastardly even considering this, but if there ever was a time to ask her about James... Wonderful. You know, this reminds me. We haven't had a proper wake for Unbelievable! Oh, god damn it. We had the chance just now. What happened? Flora was holding the platter of meat and staggering on one leg. She looked surprised that she had managed to catch the food at all. Chess pieces had clattered to the floor all around the pair of players. Adela looked furious. Moira, however, was clearly trying her hardest not to laugh out loud. Moira beat her, and she's mad about losing? Is that what's going on? Catherine, Margaret, and I all hurried over to see what the fuss was about. Hee hee. I'm sorry, Adela, but it's true. What on earth did you do? She used underhanded tactics to try and eke out a pathetic victory. Oh shit! Somebody flipped the chessboard. Oh, come now. I was just playing normally. And how's that? She was taking every piece possible, whether it was logical to do so or not, and eating it. No. En passant. Oh, is that what she was doing? She was doing en passant? Oh no, here we go. Not another argument about bloody maiden's chess again. I wasn't trying to do anything malicious. Her finger's right in your nose. I just captured a lot of pieces, I suppose. You captured every time it was remotely possible, even if it was not strategically important. Violence for the sake of violence. Total barbarism. Oh, this is a Umineko. Passionless, ugly brutality. Was it really every time it was possible? Yes! Do not pretend otherwise. Oh dear. Hand on heart, I promise I was not playing by Maiden's rules on purpose. I was just... Adela's Eva Beatrice. Well, no, Moira in this case would be Eva Beatrice, right? Because Moira's the one who was like, oopsie, I did the brutality. I was just... I was just, well, eager to prove myself. You're very good at chess. I thought that being aggressive would be my best strategy. That could hardly be called a strategy. You and Hedwig played just the same. Well, there's one small difference. I won. Damn. Spooky. Raucous laughter went up from all the sisters, all except Adela, who looked like she might need to be physically restrained from leaping onto Moira like one of the bears Angela was so worried about. I demand a rematch! A rematch where we understand we are playing the same game by the same rules! The rules of real chess, not this oafish perversion! If it'll make you happy. Whoo, okay. We all set to work righting the table and finding all the scattered pieces that had found their way across the room. Any requests? Oh, she got the loot out. You missed your chance! You missed your chance to ask Catherine! Margaret had managed to sneak up behind me as I was bent over picking up a wayward pawn. Ah! Sorry. She got the loot. I stood up and turned around to see her idly strumming a bulbous wooden instrument. I think it's about time for some music. Is there anything you'd like to hear? I bit my lip. I was not sure how to answer this question without sounding icier than I wanted to be at the moment. I was trying to make friends, not alienate anyone more than I already had. Oh, silly question. My apologies. Oh, not silly. I appreciate it. Just, you know. They really should have given you an instrument in there. A flute, perhaps. I never felt like I needed one. It might have been fun, though. She had started plucking the strings, bobbing up and down, a slight grin emerging on her lips. She swayed side to side a little, but kept her eyes on me the whole time. Another silly question, but I may as well go for it. You do know what music is, right? Of course I do. I heard it occasionally as a little girl, and there's lots of it mentioned in the Bible. A joyful noise, yes. I'd be curious to know what you remember from before you were interred, though. Well, I vaguely remember one about summer. Summer is Ikumenin, Sumerin. Oh, that was all in Latin. That must be it. That's quite old. And that's something Marta would have considered out of fashion. Well, I never claimed to be a particularly fashionable child. Sumer is ikumen in, ihude sing kaku. She was singing the lyrics. Yes, that's the one. It's a fun one. Want to sing it? Oh no, everyone! A little musical accompaniment for this clash of armies, yes? I flushed red as everyone turned to look at us. All the pieces had returned to the chessboard. The sisters were crowded around, save for the pawn I held in my hand. Adela held open her hand and looked at me expectantly. Instinctively, I tossed it. She snatched it out of midair and gave me a little smile as a cheer went up from around the room. Margaret played a single note. Perhaps it was the wine, or perhaps hearing everyone cheer for my expert chess piece throw had gone to my head, but I did not protest. Instead... I don't know how it goes. Groweth sad and bloweth med. Despite my initial bravery, I could feel myself turning redder and redder. It's a karaoke night, yeah! However, once Margaret chimed in, the rest of the room did too. In short order, nearly everyone was singing along as Moira and Adela began their second game. I had no idea if I was anywhere close to the right tune or pitch, but it didn't matter. There was something intoxicating about hearing everyone together, loosely guided by Margaret's lute strings. Not Latin, Middle English, that sounds about right. It sounded a lot more Germanic. The song lasted for several chess moves. When the song ended, everyone was clapping and laughing. Even Flora looked amused, her usual frown twisted into something like a smile. Ooh! It's bloody winter, though. All the more reason for a summer tune. Hear, hear. Cups clunked together as everyone toasted. Moira and Adela's game continued apace. Adela looked like frustration was getting the better of her again. Her moves began to feature loud punctuation. Bam! She was practically thrusting her pieces into the board. It also looked like playing with a different set of rules was making Moira take things more seriously. She looked thoughtful and took to tenting her fingers under her nose and leaning forward between turns. Not Moira in the Gendo pose. Even without Moira using her old strategy, the amount of pieces was dwindling fast. Adela was certainly being more aggressive. She had navigated her queen into a domineering position on Moira's side of the board, close to her king. I think I have you. No. Moira slid her own queen further up the board to the side. That is of no help to you. Only a handful of pawns remained on either side, save for each side's king and queen. Adela, however, seemed to be primed to deal a fatal blow. Moira had elected to move her queen further into the right-hand side of the board, presumably to pin Adela's king from afar. But it appeared as though she had moved the critical piece dangerously close to one of Adela's pawns. I think it might be? You have left your queen completely open to me. Well, not entirely. You still have to get a pawn in position to take her. Which I shall do. She slid the pawn next to Moira's queen with dramatic confidence. Are you even playing anymore? Perhaps I have bored you? No! I don't know how to put this. You can't take my queen. What do you mean? Of course I can. No, I don't think so. Moira carefully lifted her queen up, then placed it back down on the board, directly diagonal to Adela's own advancing queen. What? I must ask again, are you even paying attention? However, a murmur of understanding was passing through the rest of the room. Adela, don't set me up like that. What on earth are you talking about? Are you paying attention? She gestured to the board, pointing at the relative position of her own king and queen and Adela's attacking queen. If you take my queen, my king can't move. I can't rightfully put him in check, can I? Of course not. Wait. Which would result in a stalemate. Is that correct? So, perhaps we can agree to a draw? Of all the dirty tricks! Sister Moira, I am shocked! It wasn't a trick! Or rather, it's not like this was my plan, but you were playing really well. This is the only defense I could conjure up. Moira might as well have been pissing on Adela's food in front of her, the way Adela was glaring at her. So, draw? Yes. It is a draw. Another cheer went up around the room as Adela begrudgingly shook Moira's hand over the chessboard. I suppose that means both seats are open? Yes, I suppose so. She stood up sulkily and made off for the wineskin that Catherine had left on her chair by the fireplace. Oh no! Our chance to talk to Catherine! No! Moira vacated her seat too, looking sheepish. Anyone want to take me on? Now's your chance! Do it! Do it! Do it! Oh, go on then. I was starting to get a little worried that I would never get a chance to corner Catherine, although at the very least her drinking was not slowing down. As long as I could get to her, I was certain I could get what I needed. The issue at this point seemed to be getting to her at all. Margaret was pacing about the room, strumming a pleasant tone on her lute. I could see Flora reaching for a book in the corner shelf. However, when she brought it to a chair by the fireplace, she held it over her knee rather than open it to read. Margaret! With a wicked grin, Flora began to beat the book with her palms. A driving rhythm was created. Oh, she got the percussion. We were playing video game music. It was one that Margaret clearly knew, and she immediately returned with a lute melody that fit snugly between Flora's makeshift drum beats. All right, Flora the percussionist. Ooh. Moira ran over to the shelf and retrieved a small wooden flute. As soon as she had an opening, she began to play along with Margaret and Flora. They're jamming! The tune was wild and a little jagged, but it was one everyone in the room seemed to know, save for me, of course. Catherine began swaying back and forth in her seat. I could see Charity's head moving underneath her hood. Adela, however, was breaking into a full-on dance, jumping and twirling like a madwoman. I must admit I was stymied. These people were unrecognizable, and I had no idea what to do. There was no way I was going to dance, and I wasn't particularly interested in getting another chess lesson from my betters. To avoid looking foolish, I did the one thing available to me to feel like I belonged in the room: drink. I was no stranger to wine. I had had it with every meal, even when I was still an anchoress. But this was a new experience. Nobody in this room was drinking to quench their thirst. They were all drinking for the sake of drinking, chasing a stupor that was expressly discouraged, if not outright forbidden, by the texts all of them held sacred. What was I to do? I was conscious enough to understand that this was not the time to proselytize. I closed my eyes briefly to pray that my transgressions would be understood, foreboded. Lean on the wall, hands in the pockets, drink from a little red cup. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. I was here to seek justice for a murdered woman. I was here to clear an innocent man's name. The songs kept going and going. It could have been one long, shifting song for all I knew. They're jamming. That's called jamming. I didn't recognize any of the tunes this makeshift band was playing, but all of them proved popular with the room. I found myself swaying along with the music without thinking. Adela made her way over to me and... Oh my god! Adela JoJo posing? I suppose the best description I could muster is that she began dancing at me. Adela JoJo posing? She got very close to my face. She bumped her hips against mine, almost knocking me over. I held my drink with both hands and held it up in front of me like a shield. I had no idea how to dance alone, let alone with a partner. I don't know how to dance! It is easy! You just need to move! I am moving! We were both shouting over the music. Adela laughed and retreated away while still shaking to the beat of Flora's book drum. At the other end of the room, she beckoned to me. I relented, scooting forward, and I honestly can't describe what I did with my legs. I just sort of moved them. Kicked them, perhaps? I would rather not dwell on it. Suffice to say, it was enough to pass for dancing, but not good enough to keep Adela and the band members from giggling at me. Oh no! These are nice memories. I hope I'm not boring you. At least it's a good memory. The energy of the night decayed slowly but surely. There had been a steady rotation of sisters between chess games and dancing, but the games of chess were now much less raucous. No more table flipping, huh? The dancers, myself included, were now sitting down, and Margaret was the last musician still playing a tune. She stood by the crackling fire, staring into the flames and plucking out a bittersweet tune. Her fingers moved delicately over the strings. The intensity with which she stared into the fire gave the impression that she was serenading the flames themselves. That's a really lovely tune. What is it? Thank you. I don't know, really. It's my own. I don't have a name for it. Oh. Well, it's beautiful. She turned away from the fireplace and flashed one of her sad smiles at me. I sometimes wonder if I ever had a single earnest exchange while I was outside of this cell. You and I, as we are here, this is as honest as it can get for me. I am free from reinterpreting whatever flickers across your face as your true intent. Speaking face to face is like reading a book with words that rearrange themselves. Aren't you going to ask me what it's about? What's about? The song. It doesn't have words, so what could it possibly be about? Margaret smiled again. It still didn't come across as happy exactly, but there was some warmth in her face this time. Of course. How silly of me. I don't understand. I'm the one who doesn't understand. I keep asking you these questions as if you were anyone else. Am I so different? Compared to these women? She tilted her head towards the others, who were all preoccupied in quiet conversations of their own. Very. None of them see the world quite like you do. That makes me sound a little too important. I didn't say you were better than them. And for that matter, I don't think they're better than you. Everyone here is just different. And you're different in a very interesting way. We speak the same language, but sometimes I feel like I barely understand anyone. Or that nobody understands you. I felt the same way. And I've often wondered, is the onus to change on you or them? Me. That was a quick answer. Well, why should it be anyone else's responsibility? Very noble. But by that same token, why should it be yours? Because I'm new. And I'm more out of place than they are. There are more of you than me, if that makes sense. More people who have lived their lives outside of little rooms. I couldn't possibly demand everyone else start making concessions for me. That's very interesting. When I asked you what the song meant, what was your first reaction? Inside. Oh, inside, in your mind, before you spoke. I thought, how can a song with no words mean anything? My response was earnest, I assure you. You are very honest. Does the music make you feel something, though? It's very sad compared to what you were all playing before. You can tell? That's wonderful. But still, your question is perfectly valid. There are no words, so how could it have any meaning? I came up with this tune when I was feeling rather melancholy. I think the notes match. These notes sound sad to me. I have no idea how I would know that, and even less of an idea of how you might know it. Anyway, it was silly of me to ask, but it does seem like deep down you understood me. That's fascinating. But I don't understand a word of it. She chuckled. This is the sort of thing me and Catherine used to talk about. Thank you, Hedwig. Is it really? Yes. I must admit I'm cribbing from her work a little here. She asked me these questions almost exactly once upon a time, when I was new. I told her about how when I was a little girl, it was the hymns that kept me interested in Mass, despite not knowing what any of the lyrics meant. She laughed and said that was proof that God was in the music itself. I didn't understand what she meant at the time. I didn't agree. I might still have some complicated thoughts about all of it. But whenever I play music, I think about that. I miss her laugh. She began to pluck a new tune on her instrument. Yeah, get it! On that lute. That was one of hers. What I can remember of it, anyway. I wish I could recall the whole thing. I had no idea how to respond to this, and endeavored to move past the evidently raw subject. Yay, bardcore, yeah. One forlorn drunkard had been enough for me. Unfortunately, I managed to put my foot in my mouth instead. Margaret, you're from far away, yes? Here we go. Go on. And I may as well be from someplace far away. Are we similar in that regard? Do we have a sort of kinship as outsiders? I've lived my whole life in England, Hedwig. As did my father. As did his father. And his mother, for that matter. So, no. Not particularly. Daedalus! No. She continued to strum her lute, but I could feel a sucking void in between each note. I am sorry. The superior sheep, while at that luncheon, I must have misinterpreted. She smiled thinly with none of the subtle humor her vexatious expressions often betrayed. I could sense that I had tested her patience. The superior has never once asked me about my life. Keep that in mind in case she's told you anything else about me. I must have looked a right fool as I gawped at her and tried to think of something to say. But just then, Hedwig. Hedwig, Hedwig, Hedwig. The sudden intrusion made me jump. I turned around but couldn't see where Flora was. Down here. Flora was sprawled out on the stone floor. Her head so close to my foot that I might have tripped had I taken a step to the side. What are you doing on the floor? Lessing. Oh no, Flora got too drunk. I feel sick when I stand up, but down here is good. Teenage drinking! Ah! That makes sense. Are you alright? Yes, this is normal. I think. Catherine said this is normal. I glanced across the room to Catherine, who was sitting at a table looking only slightly more conscious than Flora. Now's your chance, you gotta talk to her! If I lay down for long enough, I will feel normal again. You last Friday, oh no! Oh no! And then I can have some more wine. Oh, I think there's plenty left. That's a rather big cask. I bet I could fit it I bet I could fit in it if I drank the rest of what's in there. But I'd go steady now if I were you. I'm glad. Shh. Shh. I need to ask Hedwig a question. What do you need, Flora? Well, you used to make all those Bibles, yeah? And you know how to make pictures? Do you mean illuminating? Yes, that's what I said. Oh no! Real, but also, illuminating. Yes, Flora, I did a little illuminating. So, 2 ideas. I have 2 ideas for you. Go on then. I can't wait to hear this. Idea number 1. Where is all the gold from that? The gold? The gold from the enumerating. Keep up, keep up. You mean the leaf? The gold leaf? Illuminating manuscripts involves a lot of colorful pigments, including gold leaf. I always enjoyed filling in little details like halos and jewelry with my little brush. I must admit, though, that it wasn't my favorite color to work with. I was partial to the deep blue pigment I broke out for depictions of certain robes, eyes, and the ocean. Right, where do we keep all of that? I'm not sure. It would get brought to me in little pots every few months. I think the bishop brought them. Fuck! It's not here? I could feel myself turning hot with embarrassment and shock. The gold! Yeah. Flora's drunken demeanor was already knocking me off keel, and her vulgar outburst set my teeth on edge. I don't think so. Sorry, Flora. I don't think so. Sorry, Flora. Did you want to paint with it? No, I want it. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I wanted to steal it! Think about it. We could be rich, and we could have split it half and half. 3 ways. I'd want in on this deal too. Fuck! Fair's fair, I suppose. That's... Flora, how could you? Hedwig, I don't think you need to take this very seriously. Planning to rob the Abbey, or worse, the diocese itself? This is very serious. You're no fun. It's paint, Flora. What Hedwig means is that the gold isn't worth anything when it's paint. Oh. I knew it was too good to be true. Tough luck. What would you even do with all that gold? If it was really gold, I mean, it is gold, but it is real gold, but, Flora doesn't need to know that. What do you think? Us 3, we'd get out of this flippin' Abbey. Go someplace far away. She gestured broadly with her hand. I presume it to imitate a bird or the wind or something. Ah, bless her. Why would we want to do that? Because I hate it here. Tears started welling up in her eyes. I had no idea what to say. Flora, let's get you up. Come on. She extended a hand down to Flora. I followed suit, although I'm not sure I was much help. We dragged the poor girl to her feet and brought her to one of the chairs by the fireplace. She looked positively sodden. Yeah, what was idea 2? You never got to that. I hate it here so much. There. Surely you don't mean that. Margaret shot me a look, and for the first time ever, I could sense true venom behind her eyes. Uh-oh. It was the briefest flash of anger, but it was enough to make me feel like a flower looking up at a boot. Why do you hate it here, Flora? There's nothing to do. And I'm all alone. Margaret reached out and clasped her shoulder. You aren't alone. But I understand. I am, though. There's no one my age here. Nobody talks to me. I don't know what I'm doing here. I never wanted to join a convent. She broke down into little hiccuping sobs. Margaret got down on one knee and squeezed Flora's hand in hers. I was too much of a coward to follow suit. All I could do was stand there stupidly, hoping that some of the immense pity I was feeling would be detectable to Flora and Margaret. I wanted to help, but I had not a single earthly idea what help looked like. You never had a choice, did you, Flora? Flora shook her head. I miss Catherine. I do too. She would talk to me. She was you lot's age, but she at least knew how to listen. She was the only one who felt like a real sister to me. I opened my mouth to point out that sister was merely a title, but I thought better of it. Catherine made time for everyone. I'm sorry if it feels like we haven't made any time for you, Flora. I can try harder. But I like being alone. She started sobbing again. I was bewildered by this contradiction, but Margaret just smiled. I do understand. I really do. Us old fogies aren't much fun to be around, are we? Flora shook her head and Margaret chuckled. We're all you have, I'm afraid. Not if I leave! You can't leave, Flora. None of us can. Our vows are perpetual. They don't have to be! I mean, Hedwig! She pointed at me weakly. Hedwig broke hers, and she was an anchoress, or what have you. That was different, Flora. How? I had an answer for this, but I could not share it. Instead, I had to stew in the uncomfortable silence between the three of us. I'm certain that's a more complicated situation, Flora. Well, maybe I could be complicated. I would be happy telling people it was complicated if they asked how I could leave. There's always other convents you could transfer to one day. You could go to London or Spain. I'm sure they have a lot more nuns your age and abbeys that aren't in the middle of nowhere like our boring old place. Remember when Catherine and you were planning a visit to Italy? Yeah. Why'd you have to go and make vows so complicated? Maybe we can try and put something like that together again for you. I just hate to see you break your vows and throw your life away. Would that be so bad? Yes. Yes? The two of them turned to look at me inquisitively. Oh, because you broke your vows. A trace of the same rage I had sensed earlier flickered behind Margaret's eyes. But I forged onward. Take it from me, Flora. Don't break your vows. Your life might feel difficult sometimes, but those struggles are nothing compared to the regret you would feel breaking that oath. If the guilt didn't consume you, the world would. No man would marry you. No lord would want your service. You would have nowhere to go but back to the church. And then you would be right back where you started, feeling all the same things, with the added yoke of despair that no matter how hard you threw yourself into the work, no matter how much you believed in your vows this time, that you had made that choice, that you were once an apostate. That's a millstone that you could never take off. Flora looked ready to burst into tears again. Margaret had cast her eyes to the floor. How would you know? Because that is how I feel every day, Flora. Sister Margaret is right. My choice was complicated. But I've regretted it every day since, and I will for every waking moment of my life. You don't want to end up like me. Hedwig is right, Flora. Leaving this life can be very tempting, but there's really nowhere else to go. I don't know. I don't know if that makes me feel any better. I promise I will do whatever I can to make you feel more at home here. Hedwig will too. Won't you, Hedwig? Yes, of course. Thank you. She sniffled and pulled her hand away from Margaret's. She twiddled her thumbs together in her lap and feebly attempted a smile. I guess it's just the wine. I mean, where would I go? You can still travel the world if you really want to. There's no reason we can't ask the Superior to send you somewhere nice one day. We just don't want you to throw your life away. Believe me, everyone in this room has been where you are right now. Really? Well, everyone except Hedwig, but you know, they don't need to know that. When I was your age, I once tried to escape in the back of the delivery cart. I was gonna hop off in the village and get a boat across the lake. From there, I'd hitchhike to London, marry a wealthy man. Maybe a visiting dignitary or something of the sort. I had big ideas. Why didn't you? Margaret grimaced. Her eyes were slightly glassy. Catherine had more or less the same conversation with me that we're having with you now. She begged me to stay. She asked what she could do to convince me. And, well, that's when I said I wanted to play the lute. Oh, no wonder you play it sadly. We all remained silent for a moment. Flora. Forgive me, but earlier you said you had 2 ideas. Oh, yeah. Daedalus wanted to know about this one. Is there something someone could do? Oh, that. No, it was nothing. Go on. Tell us. Go on, tell us. Well, I was going to ask if you could teach me what you know about illumination, Hedwig. After all, I'd need some skills if I were ever to leave, wouldn't I? I think that's wonderful. You should teach her how to draw pictures. She'll just draw dicks everywhere. Or like the Superman S. Or what do teenagers draw nowadays? You wanted to steal a bunch of gold paint to fund your life on the run as an artist? Margaret started to giggle. Flora looked affronted at first, but eventually joined in with a quiet chuckle of her own. Shove off. No, I like it. It's better than my plan was. Well, I'm rubbish at drawing, so a bit of a non-starter. Hedwig will teach you. Huh? Won't you, Hedwig? Margaret's tone was light, but she was looking at me with a grim intensity. Of course I will. I can't promise much. I've only ever worked on illuminated Bibles, but just the basics. That's all I need. That's right. It's good to start somewhere. Catherine taught me about music, and she wasn't exactly Hildegard. Hildegard von Bingen. Flora stood up from her chair. She was wobbly on her feet. A reminder that she was still very, very drunk. As she lurched toward me, she threw her arms around me unannounced, marking the second time this evening I had no idea how to respond to somebody's touch. Thanks, Hedwig. Aww. Hey, you've got a little teenager. You have your first daughter. Congratulations. You're all right. You know that? Well, give the lady some space, Flora. She probably doesn't want to smell your wine breath. No! We've been going so long without the bile or the wine bleh. Why don't you go eat something? Yeah, eat something. Prevent the thing. Prevent the thing. Flora released me from her embrace and gave Margaret a vaguely affirmative hand gesture. She spun around on her heel, still a little unbalanced, and wandered off towards the table. Goodness! I haven't seen anyone get that pissed in a while. Like, pissed drunk? Did I say something wrong? I don't think so. I think we did the best we could. Did you mean it? Mean what? About breaking your vows. Do you really feel that way? Oh, yes. There was no sense in walking things backward. Huh. Why did you do it then? In retrospect, I probably would not have made the same decision. That's why I felt it was worth telling Flora. Margaret nodded thoughtfully. Well, lovely chatting with you. She picked up her lute from the chair next to the one Flora had been sitting in, then left to go put it back on the shelf. Crumbs, what's gotten into Flora? Now's your chance! Go! 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 Catherine had wandered over to our side of the Misericorde, nursing a drink in one hand and resting the other on her hip. Oh, I think she just had a little too much to drink. Too right. I heard her bawling over here and thought to stay out of it, but now she's at the table yammering on and on about cats. How are you faring? Now's your chance! Do it! Do it! Me? I'm, well, having fun, to a degree. We've been consoling Flora. It worked. She's back to being quite irritating. Well, you can thank Hedwig. She's the expert. Ooh, did you impart some of your anchoress wisdom? Yes, I suppose I did. Confess your feelings. I mean, interrogate Catherine. Yeah. Yes, we need the Catherine CG back. It was tough, but it was what Flora needed to hear. Marvelous. I still remember visiting your odd little window and asking all about something or other. You were quite a blunt instrument, if I recall. Was I? I once came to the window to ask what the punishment for breaking a promise was. You were prepared with a whole lecture about how I shouldn't be taking any oaths in the first place. With several citations from Matthew on hand, of course. I'm afraid I don't remember that. It was years and years ago. That doesn't surprise me. Do you remember many of our questions? Do you know who asked what? I remember questions, but not who asked them. And I wouldn't tell anyone if I did. Good. I mean, not why I was asking. Oh, she must have asked something interesting. But, good. Oh, why were you asking? So, how's your first thingy? I knew it. She must have asked some interesting questions. Oh, it's been fun. Don't worry about Flora. Someone always cries at one of these. Sometimes more than one person. Oh no! It's her more often than not. Me? Me? Crying? Absolutely untrue. I have a reputation to maintain. Uh-huh. Adela's flipped the table over. Someone started getting weepy. I'd say you're getting about as rigorous an education in Misericorde etiquette as you could possibly have. It's certainly been a learning experience. Oh, but it's been fun, right? We're having fun. Catherine was just as wine-addled as Flora had been, but it was clearly affecting her differently. What's the Bible say about one nun killing another? What is it? What would that be? Oh no, they killed another. Flora had almost seemed like a different girl. Catherine was simply multiplied. Whatever clarity she had been experiencing when she chatted by the fire earlier had been enhanced with a slightly manic energy. Now's the perfect time! Ask her! Even if Margaret's like, what? You gotta ask her! I'm having fun. Yes, absolutely. Good, good. Because you know the Superior would have me hanged if you didn't have a good time. Drink alcoholic fruit juice and multiply. I know exactly what they mean though. I know certain people. I think I'm a bit like that. Me but multiplied. I think I'm that type. Because you know the Superior would have me hanged if you didn't have a good time. Really? Really? Not quite so much as like one friend I know who was very much like that. Really? She put you up to this? Oh, good heavens, no. I can just intuit these things. You know? I can just see her bearing down on me because you complained. I don't complain to the Superior. That's good. I mean, not that you have anything to complain about. Sorry, I wasn't insinuating you'd complain, just that... By the way, actually, did you know that cow Angela complained about to me? That cow Angela complained about me to her once? To get back at me for... I forgot where I was going with this. You were going to sit down and take it easy, I think. Yes, yes. Thank you, Margaret. Yes, I was. Now, go talk to her. I could sense that my window was closing. Catherine was a very different kind of drunk than Flora, but it seemed like she was not too far from falling to the floor. So you go offer to sit her down. Actually, Margaret, can you give us a minute? Of course. She looked a little confused, but she obliged. Love her. Very clever. Isn't she just... Margaret's wonderful. Catherine, I've been meaning to ask you something, and it's very important. If it's about the cat, it isn't mine. No, it's not about the cat, and I need to get Eustace or one of the other crafty ones to help me with my door. I'm sorry if it bothers you. Does the door bother you? No, it was now or never. James. I spoke to James. He says you can vouch for him about the night Catherine II died. Can you? Is that true? Catherine's brow furrowed slowly, and her eyes adjusted in a strange and unexpected manner. It was like I had forcibly sucked the wine out of her somehow. Oh no, I'm scared, guys. Uh-oh. You spoke to James? What did he say? Not much at all. He professed his innocence, though, and, he said you might be able to prove it. Something to do with his traveling cloak? What traveling cloak? The one Darcy found. The one Darcy found. I was speaking in a whisper lower than I had known I was capable of. I was terrified that someone might overhear, but there was no turning back now. Not here. We can't talk about this here. Not with everyone else around. Then when? And where? Everyone turned to look at the door in unison. Are we expecting something? Perhaps Sister Darcy has brought some more food? Moira, who had been sitting in the closest to the door, stood up to answer first. She removed the bolt, swung the door open, and... Moira fell onto her backside and scrambled away from the door on all fours. Everyone else screamed and wailed as soon as they saw what was at the door. The same hulking figure that had threatened me at the end of the hallway all those nights ago. The cloaked figure lumbered forward, its metal boots thudding against the stone floor. Everyone had made for the back of the room as fast as they could, all yelling at the top of their lungs. I felt myself absolutely petrified, but I could not bring myself to move. I just stood there, assuredly white as a sheet, unable to move. I felt like my heart would give up if I took even one step. The monster took another labored step towards me. I stood there dumbstruck as it brought itself before me. A gauntleted hand... Ah! A gauntleted hand reached under its cloak, and with a horrible grinding shriek, it drew its sword. Everyone screamed again. They were practically baying. Cease your feeble inquiries, Sister Hedwig. I'm not afraid of you. Could you believe that this was not a lie? Faced with the sword, I felt an odd sense of peace. The glint of the blade in the candlelight, it offered me a noble release from the predicament I found myself in. Do not force my hand. Cease. Did you not hear me? I am not afraid. Then you truly are a fool. Strike me down then. I will gladly die in service to the Lord. I will gladly give myself in defense of what is right and just. If you would have me killed for pursuing the truth, then so be it. I could practically hear everyone's head tilting in confusion at once. A musical chord of rustling fabric. I grow tired of this conversation. Consider this a warning. Whoo! Though, still pointing their sword at me, the figure took a lurching step backward, only to trip on its own cloak. Oh, is it Darcy and Eustace? Is it Darcy and Eustace? Oh! She had on metal boots. The women who had been huddled behind me rushed forward. Adela grabbed the sword that had fallen out of my assailant's hand and held it at their neck. Ooh, Adela, with the moves. Let's go. Adela, stop. Remove your disguise, cur, before I cut your head off and remove it myself. Or that was Adela who yelled that just now. The cloaked figure held up their hands defensively. The hands looked far too small for the bulky gauntlets they wore. I glanced down at their legs, shocked to see they were twisted and broken. Your legs! Are you all right? Oh yes, let's just make sure this creep's legs are unharmed. Stop. My legs are all right. The voice sounded less ragged and imposing now. The figure shifted their weight, and I realized that the big metal boots they had been wearing had simply come off in the tumble. With a sense of resignation, the monster lifted its hands to the black cloth mask concealing its face and... I called that shit! It was Eustace! I called that shit. Where's Darcy? I know Darcy was helping you. I called that shit. It was Eustace. Bam! We solved the mystery together, folks. Eustace? Surprise. Party hard. Oh, perfect place to stop. Perfect place to stop. Beautiful. Oops. Well, Eustace, why did you do this? Quick save complete. How about a... That's good enough. All right. So. Here we go, big save. Main menu, there we go. Triumphant Umineko's been training us for this. It was Eustace. I still think Darcy was an accomplice, but we'll see. Anyway, that was fun. Sorry it took so back to come back to nuns, but we nunned it. We nunned it. That was fun. Nun. Man, okay, well at least she broke the ice with Catherine and they'll talk later. Right at the last second. Let's see, where's Chef at with his recipe? Oh, Chef's in the middle of making veggie chips? Sounds good. Yeah, let's raid Chef. Sorry, just getting stuff organized. But thank you guys, that was fun. Let me go back to OBS. Was it Eustace the first time or not? Well, she certainly could have done it. Good point, though. Maybe it was Darcy that time. Okay, raid going out to Chef. And, for some reason, my brain is blanking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I should be back Thursday. I believe. I may shock you guys and be back earlier. We'll just have to see. Alright, so thank you guys very much. And have a very good night. And thank you, No for the raid and bringing the Pop Cubs with us along to our raid of Chef. So we're gonna have see some delicious vegetables. All right, see you soon. Night.